The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, Honey Bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about how...
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome into the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and today is Week 5, Day 2, Season 1. We've got some bangers on the way as teams are already embarking inside of the draft. A little bit of a sneak peek so far for the series that we have going on today. The Elite 10 versus Dark Immortals in a best of 3. Next up on the list is going to be Nefarious versus Dark Immortals. A little bit of a return from them from Series 1. And then to finish off the day, we are going to be seeing Tang Dynasty go up against only the squad. I'm excited to see how these matches go on the way, but like we said, Elite 10 and Dark Immortals already finalizing their draft, and a little bit of a sneak peek at that as we are progressing in there. You have that Claude, that possible Valentina, that Akai, that Diggy, and that Esmeralda. You know, on the opposing side, you are going up against that Kaja, that Leomord, that Beatrix, that Grok as well. So definitely need to play a little bit safe, but Elite 10 looking pretty strong in terms of late game. They do have some decent potential to kind of pull this off, but they have to watch out for Apos over there on that Kaja, grabbing up that Claude, stopping him from using that Blazing Duet. But they do have a lot of frontline presence over there with that Akai and also that Esmeralda. And even that Diggy, when things get a little bit tricky, able to use that Time Journey to negate some CC. Is the only CC on the other side for Dark Immortals is Grok and the Kaja. So, I'm interested to see where this goes. Akai being the CC for the side of Elite 10 may be exactly what they need, but time will tell. Like I said, this is a best of 3, and both of these teams are ready as we are going to slowly embark into the Land of the Dawn. Definitely place your votes and let us know who you think wins this draft and what teams you guys are voting on as you see all of them compete today in the series. I know Dark Immortals is one of those teams that kind of came out with a surprise. They're like they have 2 brother teams, and out of all of the Immortals teams that we've seen, Dark Immortals definitely the strongest one. So have to be careful on the side of Elite 10 inside of this match, and I really want to see how they kind of fare off against them. But I do know one thing: they have Heaven's Blade, a very, very solid jungler who has not disappointed us so far. Usually playing that assassin role, though, is going to go ahead and go for this beefier type jungle. But speaking of junglers, Rock Bomb is going to go ahead and play that Leomord straight into it. One of the best junglers to get the job done. That Shadow Stampede to kind of roam around, get these objectives is definitely going to be huge to try and take this early game on the side of Dark Immortals. But looking at the matches on the bottom lane and also the top lane, we are seeing a Beatrix over there in the hands of Sensei versus Faith on that Claude. Claude, that late game marksman, need to be a little bit careful. But speaking of careful, wait a minute. Apos forced to use the flicker, barely getting out alive. Trying to invade over there on that blue buff was almost costly, but impressive to be able to get out of that tricky situation. You know, like we said, that Beatrix going up against that Claude. You have to be careful because Beatrix has that pressure, especially in the early game, to kind of give Claude a harder time. Also, Claude being a little bit more late game than Beatrix, who Beatrix really just scales through time. Claude needing a couple of core items to really get on board. But speaking of on board, you are seeing this Esmeralda on the bottom side, getting some pressure over there by the 3-stack of Dark Immortals. Also today, guys, we are joined by the amazing Master Rim, who will be doing some on-point analysis as well. We appreciate everybody sneaking up on us. Like I said, this is the MLSA Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Week 5, Day 2, already 1 month down. Speaking of down, tricky situation in the top lane is Sensei with a 4v1. Shock over there on the Diggy takes the kill, though, and down goes the marksman for the side of Dark Immortals. A huge push to possibly take some gold off of this tower on the side of Elite 10, and this is what you want, right? But a little bit of a direct trade as you are seeing Rock Bomb on this Leomord jungle goes directly for that turtle. Realizes we lost something in the gold lane, but that's okay. We're going to gain something on the map. And down goes the turtle into the hands of Dark Immortals. But wait a minute, you do see Eska rushing in, possibly giving some poke, but hit with the Wild Charge and also the Shadow Stampede, and down goes Esmeralda. Man, oh man. You are seeing one kill on both sides of the boards right now, but in terms of gold, a little bit more into the favor of Elite 10, who stripped that gold off that top lane and also killed the marksman as well. But speaking of marksman, a little bit of an answer now as Sensei is going to quickly burst down this tower, stripping it of gold, and you have no help from the side of Elite 10 to stop them, and a beautiful proxy indeed. Man, 2 minutes in, and I gotta say, between both sides, you have to be careful in the gold lane. Definitely put some more presence on it, as you do not want to lose that tower for the side of Dark Immortals, not this early. They are leading in gold, though. Was able to strip some of that off of that tower. Speaking of gold, speaking of kills, you do see Kaza rushing with the flicker. Ring of Order goes down, taking out Faith the marksman. The late game Claude has been stopped, which is going to delay his potential coming up here shortly if he continues to have a hard time in that gold lane.
Exactly, and speaking of potential, the side of Elite 10 definitely needs to not waste the potential that they have. We see, looking at the items, the side of Dark Immortals is definitely building into that physical penetration with the item components that's being picked up from Leomord, as well as Grok, who's going for the damage route. But, you know, we've seen him do well on, and it also scales with his passes. Speaking of things doing well, Kagura picking up her first skill there on to shock that Diggy. So the side of Elite 10 definitely needs to play a little more safer in order so they can, you know, trade off these objectives like we saw them do when the first turtle was gave up. They had an answer for it. They knew what they were doing. They can't be getting caught off guard and make these trades actually matter for something. Don't lose out.
Speaking of trades, you are seeing Turtle in effect, and again, the question is, will this go into the hands of Rock Bomba? Already took one, and now possibly two, but speaking of trades, it looks like Elite 10 heavily focused on taking this gold lane. Really good proxy as Sensei not able to rush in onto that Akai and Faith, and also Shock, and down goes the turret. A direct response for allowing that turtle to go into the hands of Rock Bomba, but the question is, which trade is more valuable? Looking at the gold on the side of Elite 10, when they are actually Dark Immortals, 2 turtles equaling out and also 2 kills ahead is going to give them the slight advantage. Speaking of advantage, you do see a suppression going in by Kaja on the Divine Judgment. Blazing Duet trying to burst down the Leomord, who's overly aggressive, and down he goes into the hands of Faith. Man, really good play. But I gotta say, like, you gotta be careful with the over-aggressive play style, especially on that Shadow Stampede that Leomord can offer. When you're running into, you know, a Kaja, you have to be careful. Not just a Kaja. Kaja, the interesting thing, a Valentino who steals Kaja's ult. So, really smart play by AJ to, you know, focus in on that Divine Judgment, steal it from Kaja, and then use it against their jungler to pull him into that tower to enable that Blazing Duet to be procced and secure that kill. These are the kind of synergy plays you have to make to win the early game phase. But speaking of early game, wait a minute. Divine Judgment over there by Apos trying to get Eska, but a little bit of change of weapons by Sensei, and is not making the most out of that utility. Gonna go ahead and use the rocket launcher as well. Heavy spin being activated by Heaven's Blade over there on that Akai, pushing him straight into the tower, and down goes Apos on this Kaja. What a play! Ymir's Passion activated over there by Sensei, trying to pick off Eska and clear these minions. You are seeing Esmeralda on the top lane now. A little bit of a swappage from the bottom side. Just too much pressure over there with that Grok. And now it's going to go ahead and defend on the top side instead.
Absolutely, and that's the thing, right? You can't get out. You can't give your Divine Judgment once you cannot, like, find a moment to. And that was a perfect combination from the Falling Star Moon and the heavy spin from Akai over there, and that's what you like to see. And speaking of like to see, I'm seeing some items being picked up. We did see Kaja successfully picking up that Dominance Ice, which is definitely going to help his team with the sustain and countering the enemy team with the Esmeralda, the Valentina, and the Diggy. So it's definitely going to help cut the shield. Speaking of help here.
Speaking of health, speaking of shields, into the turtle goes Heaven Blade with the Kai, and is able to secure it, but shocking to kill onto Apos. You do see a tricky situation for Grok over there. 3-man going up on him from Elite 10. Fate securing that kill. And another kill into the hands of Elite 10 is down. It goes Kagura to Esmeralda over there on Eska. On fire right now. Able to take the turtle, able to take some kills as well. And now going to put some pressure on these towers. This is exactly where you want to be right now. Not even 10 minutes in, then you are seeing a heavy presence from Elite 10 kind of shine in match 1 of this series. Ooh, wait a minute. You do see a little bit of invasion over on the red buff. A turret falling on the bottom side into the hands of Faith and AJ. A little bit of distraction over there by Eska, trying to keep Dark Immortals busy while these towers are dropping left and right on the off lanes.
Absolutely, and I like the performance that I'm seeing coming from the side of Elite 10. They did have a perfect start with the trades. It got a little rocky, but it's definitely looking like they've picked up their momentum. Speaking of things being picked up here, I want to take a minute to look at some of these items. We do see Claude building his 2 first core items, which is definitely going to help those blazing duets deal a lot of AoE damage. We do see Diggy with the cooldown reduction, definitely going to help in terms of spamming those bombs to deal damage, to provide vision and utility for his team. Beatrix locking in one of her 2 core damage items as well. So very evenly balanced out in terms of itemization coming in from both ADCs and gold laners. And speaking of things being balanced out, we may be seeing a pick-off here from Esmeralda in the top lane.
You do see a pick off, and not only a kill, but also a turret as well, as nobody is there to stop her from stripping down this HP. But wait, Apos, other plans are going to try and rush in as the damage from Esmeralda's not enough, and the turret is able to withstand it, and now grabbed by the Divine Judgment and taken out by Jay on the Kagura, and the tower remains. Man, oh man, close but no cigar into the hands of Esmeralda, and now while Lord is in play, you do have 1 member less on the board for the side of Elite 10, but again, towers are dropping. As the top tower dropped to minions, you didn't really see Dark Immortals kind of contest the minions and allowed a tower to drop. Very, very key on paying attention to the map and a little bit more macro, is you do not want these towers to drop. Every single time a tower drops, the entire team on the enemy side gets a little bit of gold from it. So not only gold, but it also opens up like even more opportunity in real estate to be able to pave that way for the early finish. But speaking of paving the way, you are seeing Elite 10 kind of proxy off and zone off Dark Immortals from this Lord, but Jay kind of finding a way, trying to wrap around and possibly get a pick off. You do see Ipo over there on the Kaja, barely hanging on with any HP. Lord now to about half HP as well. Sensei getting a kill onto Eska. Down goes Esmeralda again. Now 5v4 situation. Question is who will prevail. Shot getting a kill onto Rock Bomber. Blazing Duet jumping straight into the scene, but unable to get a kill, and is going to be forced to retreat. Not only retreat, but now Lord has been reset. But speaking of reset, oh my goodness, Sensei Ren empathy connected with the snipe, gets a kill. You are going to see a Kai take out Grok in that process as well. 2 members down for the side of Elite 10 and 2 members down for the side of Dark Immortals, and Lord reset as well. And the question is this a push you want to take now? Heaven's Blade over there, he is the jungler, not going to go for this turtle or Lord, but is going to go for these towers, as you are seeing the minions kind of close their way in and take even more of these objectives on the map, which will give a harder time to Dark Immortals going forward.
Absolutely, and that was such a crazy fight. We saw it going back and forth. The Lord probably got reset about 3 times within the past 2 minutes there. Both these teams, I will say, the side of Dark Immortals, they're wasting a lot of utility and ultimates into this Esmeralda. If they just save it and just constantly poke her. And speaking of poke here,
you do see AJ get a kill on to Kaja. You do see Grok getting a kill onto AJ in the process of 1-for-1 trade. Falling Star Beam from Esmeralda going down. Heavy spin activated by Heaven Blade. Gonna try and secure the retribution, but no, Jay has other plans, and Lord goes into the hands of Kagura, and also a kill as well. Faith getting a kill on that Claude, taking out that Liam Ward, a double kill. Matter of fact, taking out Sensei, and now taking out Delicious over there on the Grok into the hands of Esmeralda. Almost a full wipeout, leaving only Jay by himself. But the side of Dark Immortals were able to take that Lord, and now you are seeing Elite 10 with the advantage of not having a lot of members on the map for Dark Immortals. They are going to push this Lord in the mid lane, but the question is their over-aggression going to cost them? Maybe not, as now Lord is down to a quarter HP, and they were able to win out that trade.
Absolutely, and that's what you like to see when teams don't, win the overall fight. You might win the battle, but did you win the war? You didn't, because as we can see, the side of Elite 10 is still on the Land of Dawn fighting, and these items that they're picking up is definitely helping when it comes to these clashes. We do see Claude picking up that Wind of Nature, definitely going to help, and we do see Beatrix building. And so these items on Beatrix has recently been more popular, and one of the more popular item rounds that people have been building on her, and rightfully so. It does shred a lot of the heavy front line. We do see the side of Elite 10 having the Esmeralda, having Heaven's Blade on the Akai as well. So it's definitely going to help her make the damage be shown. Speaking of things being shown, we do see Diggy with the fleeting time, definitely going to help with those ultimates. Speaking of ultimates, there may be a clash happening here.
Both teams kind of dance around in the mid lane, wondering if they want to engage or not. But the side of Dark Immortals needs to be a little safe, right? As if you are not careful, you are going to see Elite 10 kind of close this out with an early finish. Already 13 minutes in, slowly creeping from that mid to the late game. And they just need to be a little bit safer, as they are up by about 3,000 gold right now, which is a difference in a few items. Speaking of differences, though, a possible clash in the mid, as you are seeing Eska rush in with that Falling Star Moon, kind of establishing that dominance and closing in on these inhibitors. Face wasting no time is going to go ahead and use the mirror image effect, almost stripping down that inhibitor turret on the top lane. But again, for the side of Elite 10, they have everything they need right now. If you look at their towers, they only lost the tier 3 tower for the top side, and they're sitting really strong in every single lane. Not the same story for Dark Immortals right now, as they are down to their inhibitors. And the top one, I feel like you can kind of blow on it and it'll fly away. But speaking of flying away, Shock caught in a difficult situation, quickly bursted down by the side of Dark Immortals, which would be one member down in these clashes. But speaking of clash, you do see Divine Judgment onto iPost. AJ still in his ultimate, now pinned on the wall by Heaven Blade on the heavy spin. Blazing Duet jumping straight into the mid lane in the river. Faith able to get a kill onto Kaja, but the question is, who will win this clash? As Namir's passion activated by Sensei in response. Gonna pull out the sniper! And goes ahead and decimates AJ over there with Rainer's empathy. What a play. We have another American sniper in the making. But speaking of snipe, Fallen Star Moon connecting onto Sensei. Faith getting a tower in the bottom lane. Pay attention to the inhibitors. Heaven's Blade getting a kill onto Beatrix. Lured down to barely any HP. Heaven's Blade able to get the Retribution. And that will be lured into the hands of Elite 10. But speaking of hands, a lot is on the board going down, as you are seeing Esmeralda rushing with the Falling Star Moon connecting onto Rock Bomba, able to secure that kill, and also Grok falling as well to Heaven's Blade on that Akai. But while all this was happening, no one was paying attention to Faith, who cleared not only, an inhibitor turret, but also rushed in for that fight as well. And you got to give the man props on taking advantage of the separation, which is going to allow this lord to push in on the bottom side. And now, with the Elite 10 sitting really strong, all members in, they just got to sink these lanes and possibly take even more inhibitors on the map right now.
Absolutely. And speaking of, we definitely see them getting ready for this clash here. We did see Valentina taking that Divine Judgment, and we know it's been deadly for the side of Dark Immortals right now. So as long as they can sink these lanes and benefit off of this Lord push, it's definitely, they have the power to turn this game in their hands. Speaking of power, some of the items, Claude being full build right now, it's definitely going to help him deal that damage. We do see Liam Ward building in some magic defense, as he does see, Esmeralda and AJ is becoming a problem. Speaking of problems here,
you do see Faith get a kill on Akaja. Double kill taking out Jay as well. Down goes 2 members for the side of Dark Immortals. A triple kill as Faith gets another one, taking out Rock Bomba. Not only Rock Bomba, but look at the Nexus. Look at the Nexus, ladies and gentlemen. Elite 10 has done it and taken game 1 over Dark Immortals.
Absolutely taken the game they have. Looking at these statistics and KDAs here, we do see, like I said, Faith, the Claude, beautiful performance, 8, 1, and 5 in terms of KDA, being full build, being able to dish out that damage. Heavenly Blade, building in that sustainability, as well as magic and physical defense to counter not only the basic attacks, but the skill damage coming in as well. Shock on the Diggy, opting in for the magic full magic build, giving more magic penetration to help AJ dish out some damage with them stacking that Genius Wand as well as the Divine Glaive over there. As Gond as Esmeralda, beautiful performance. You know, it's her standard build. It's what you expect to see from her. Speaking of things to be expected, Delicious on this damage grok may not have worked the way that Dark Immortals would have probably wanted it to, but nonetheless, he was able to, you know, secure and hold down his lane for as much as he could. Speaking of, I want to take a look at the statistics. We do see not Heavenly Blade, Faith on the turret damage. Like we saw him taking the objectives when the side of Dark Immortals was not paying attention to the map, dealing 30,000 tower damage, 78%. The overall team fight participation from the side of the Elite 10, pretty balanced. Everyone was mostly present except this Esmeralda. We could see a little more presence from the mage, so hopefully we'll see a little bit more of that in the next game. So I'm looking forward to see how the side of Dark Immortals is going to respond to Elite 10.
Definitely looking forward to seeing how the response is as the side of Elite 10 able to take a very good first match. But like we said, they've won one battle, but not the war. And the question is, can the side of Dark Immortals stay in there, take game 2 and even out the playing field? Or will we see the side of Elite 10 with that dagger that they've been sharpening in game 1 prevail and take the series? Both these teams getting ready to embark right back into the draft, so definitely don't go anywhere. Go ahead and stretch a little bit, you know, maybe say Merry Christmas to some loved ones, as we'll be right back with you guys for match 2.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, Honey Bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Loved you from the first time you called me lame. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah, always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah, with you the summer came and went in a day, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. be near when you're miles away. Yeah, you can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. Oh, no, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, never, never wanna No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and I have the amazing Master Rim on the on-point analysis today. I will be doing your play-by-play, so get your seatbelts on, buckle up. Maybe a little bit of turbulence on the way. Rim will go ahead and read the safety manual for today as well to make sure that you guys know all the proper safety precautions. I'm just kidding, guys. I appreciate y'all being here, man. Like I said, this is Series 1, and we've seen an insane match already on the way. Match 1 was between these two amazing teams, Elite 10 and Dark Immortals. A little bit of a breakdown. Elite 10 was able to take the finish over them with some good macro, some good micro, with about like a 15-minute finish. Definitely, if the side of Dark Immortals wants to stay in this series, we need to see them have more pressure on the early game. Maybe try and find a way to disrupt the momentum and the synergy of the side of Elite 10 is key to kind of turning this game into their favor. Maybe even going for the gold lane and stopping that marksman over there from getting online. As we kind of seen how deadly these marksmen have been recently with patches, and I want to see more teams kind of focus in on that gold lane, either disrupting it or enabling your marksman to kind of shine. Maybe a key thing to winning these games. But like I said, without wasting any more time, let's jump straight into the draft. Already seeing some solid picks from both sides.
Absolutely. And speaking of enabling marksmen, we do see the side of Dark Immortals batting out that Cloud. As we both know from the previous game, Faith was able to execute those blazing duets and find the opportunity to push those towers and find an opening for his team and to get more trades and objectives on the map. Speaking of things being taken off of the map, them also batting out the time journey, banning that Diggy, taking it out of the hands of Shock. And I like the responses for those picks. However, they still did let the side of Elite 10 pick up the Valentina and Heaven's Blade on that Akai again. And their response to that was slotting the Atlas, but slotting Atlas into the Akai, they kind of just countered themselves again there. So I want to see what plan they have by allowing the side of Elite 10 to pick up these heroes. That was very beneficial and troublesome for them the match prior. So I'm excited to see how Dark Immortals is going to bounce back, if they bounce back at all, that is.
You know, I've seen some crazy posts about MLBB recently, and I got to ask you, Rim, what is your stance on this, okay? If you have a 500 stacked late game Alduus rushing in on you and you're a Layla with the tank build, who wins if you're sitting inside of the tower as Layla? Is it the Alduus rushing in, gonna one-shot you? Or do you think Layla tank will prevail in that tower?
Layla tank is definitely gonna prevail. Layla's supremacy, 100%. So I'm all for Layla.
You know what you should? All you really got to do is like get Wind of Nature, maybe get a Winter Truncheon. And by the time he can actually hurt you, yeah, the immortality. And by the time he can even do damage to you, the turret's already taken him out. So that is a good point. Layla tank will prevail. But speaking of prevailing, looking at these picks, you made an excellent point over there with them slotting in that Atlas. You're expecting, you know, maybe a game plan to get some Fatal Links on the way. But looking at the side of Elite 10, having that Akai as a direct counter is going to make things a little bit tougher. Not only Akai, but also Shock on that Nana with Molina, maybe transforming that Atlas before he can even get good set potential. And then not to even mention, you are looking at AJ locking in that Valentina. Valentina can steal that ultimate, you know, that IMU, able to use anybody's ult at her disposal. You have to be careful if you are IPOS, because now Fatal Links is into the hands of Elite 10 as well. Interesting draft on the way, though, as we are seeing 2 mages from the side of Elite 10, and also we're seeing 2 marksmen from the side of Dark Immortal. So I guess the question is 2 marksmen or 2 mages the way to go? And we'll find out today for sure, as both teams are finalizing their draft. Looking at the jungle, Rock Bomba slotted in that Leomord, that Jack-o'-lantern skin. But Halloween is long past, and the question is, how will this work out? You know, you're going against that tank jungle, that Akai, who has that heavy spin to keep him at bay. But if any jungler can do it, it's definitely going to be Leomord, who's one of the most slotted junglers for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy so far. Like we said, though, upscale battle for the side of Dark Immortals as Elite 10 was able to take game 1. This is a best of 3, and they only need 1 more to close it out. And we asked the question, is the dagger that they've been sharpening in game 1 able to pierce through in game 2 and give a sweep to Dark Immortals? Or will we see the shield rise and keep it at bay for a possible game 3? Definitely place your votes on both of these amazing teams who are competing today, the Elite 10 and also Dark Immortals. A lot of CC on Dark Immortals. So they got Ruby, got that I'm Offended. Also has a lot of utility and sustainability in their disposal. A lot of frontline presence as well with that Atlas, Leomord, and Ruby combination. But they slotted in Layla over there on Delicious. We were just talking about Layla. Maybe, what do you think? We see a Layla tank build today, Rim?
No, and I think that's going to come back to bite them because it's not Layla tank. They slotted this Layla. They're running the Kimmy mid. But I will say it is smart drafting when you think of them allowing the Valentina. They already gave her access to that Fatal Links or that I'm Offended from Ruby, which if she gets either one of those, it's still going to be trouble for them. But lacking that Kimmy and having her go mid is definitely going to limit the ultimates that she has at her disposal. I like that I'm seeing Shock, even if he's on the Diggy or the Nana, he's still giving his gold laner that extra help, that poke, and still being an annoyance. And the side of Dark Immortals, they need to, you know, realize this. They have the Layla. She's definitely one of those marksmen who she cannot be independent. So they definitely have to show her some attention, show her some love, tell her, you know, it's okay. We're here. We got you. So they definitely need to babysit her a little more. I want to see some more presence, especially in the early game. There's not much going on. There's no reason for Atlas to be roaming, you know, in this mid lane. Go help your Layla in the gold lane. So secure your travel from the early game to mid game to late game, because you definitely need that late game presence.
Yeah, I guess one of the things about Delicious is if it does go to late game, we know how scary Layla can be. But if I'm the side of Elite 10, I'm definitely going to put a lot of pressure on her, as the thing that Layla lacks is mobility. She has no means of escape when things get tricky outside of the flicker. And if you bait that out, it will be an easier time. But speaking of bait, wait a minute. Heavy Clash going in on the top side. Rock Bomba taking a kill onto Yuzong with that Leomord jungle, and then rushing in with Jay. Going to get a kill on the Heaven's Blade. 2-for-0 trade into the hands of Dark Immortals to start this early phase of the game.
Certainly, and I think they're definitely showing us that they have sharpened their daggers. Is that we're not going to be swept today. We're going to... okay, they may not be getting swept, but they are getting executed. Let's see, we talked about the Layla and the tower damage, and we're seeing both of them in action in this game. Speaking of action, both teams Dark Immortal is getting ready to take this turtle here.
We're getting ready to take the turtle, but you've seen Carrie kind of gank around and take that red buff, but down goes the turtle into the hands of Rock Bomba. Able to take 2 kills, take a neutral objective, now up by 1,300 gold, rushing in onto AJ, possibly getting a set as he does have Fatal Links, but nobody behind him to help him if he does snatch up AJ. But instead, they're going to shift focus because you do see Akai trying to proxy this lane. He's going to go ahead and recall now, maybe getting to him in that bush. Do they know? Oh my goodness, Kimmy able to stop the recall. What a play, forcing out the heavy spin by Heaven's Blade, but a direct pathway of escape, able to get out of there. My man's is on skates right now. And Heaven's Blade just doing the dash over there on Dark Immortals right now.
Absolutely, and that's the thing. When you give up this Akai, he can use his heavy spin offensively or defensively, and it's able to help him get out of sticky situations. Speaking of sticky situations,
you do see A-Post rushing in with that Atlas, possibly trying to get on Eska, but Eska using the Black Dragon as a means of escape, possibly, but still over and over as he might go down for a kill. Yes, he does, but is that the right answer? As I'm kind of scratching my head right now. Shaw Essence giving him a little bit of HP. Fatal Links picking some grass, but able to get a kill onto Eska last minute. Man, oh man, a lot of these plays got me scratching my head right now, and I'm wondering which way this is gonna go. But 3 kills into the hands of Dark Immortals already. We know Elite 10 took game 1, but a little bit of a momentum switch on the side of Dark Immortals, trying to push us out for a possible game 3.
Absolutely, and that's the thing. The side of Elite 10 right now, they do have, I would say I prefer their draft better, but they need to execute these heroes properly. Speaking of things being executed properly, Rock Bomba already picking up that Honda Strike, definitely going to help him secure that early game physical penetration, as well as the extra movement speed from coming in from the passive. We do see Ruby already, she's cutting deep, and she can afford to do that because she already has the sustain coming in from the Haas claws. Speaking of things coming in, Eska locking in that dominance ice, definitely going to help counter that Ruby sustainability. And Layla, she's eating really well this match, already picking up that Wind Talker. So the side of Dark Immortals definitely has some more answers in terms of items coming in and the fights that they're taking right now.
Yeah, definitely the side of Dark Immortals leading strong for the early game. And the question is, how long can they keep this pressure up? Will they be able to get an early finish? They have a lot in their advantage right now. Already up by 2,000 gold, took a neutral objective, taken 3 kills. And we're seeing Elite 10 looking a little bit more shaky this time around, even though they are fresh off of a win. A little bit of a look on the matchup as well. They have that Layla slotted as the marksman for the side of Dark Immortals. And we know if this gets to the late game, that is going to be a glass cannon that is unstoppable. But speaking of unstoppable, AJ getting a kill on to Atlas, rushing in with that Fatal Links, but Rock Bomber rushing in with the Shadow Stampede, getting a double kill on to AJ, shut down by Faith on this carry. Man, oh man, they are out for blood. Now 5-2, heavy spin proccing on to Jay, forced to use a flicker, not able to get a pin into the turret for the mid lane, and Jay using a little bit of that emote for a speed boost on the escape. Ooh, wait a minute.
Speaking of escape,
you do see Black Dragon eating Sensei alive. But the question is, can he get another one? Oh my goodness. Faith able to get a kill in the process. A little bit of a kill still, as Eska's still sitting a little bit hungry in that dragon form. You do see Atlas by himself to kind of fend off the full team of Elite 10, crashing in on this herd, and down it goes. Rock Bomba joining the fight, but a little too late. And while this is happening though, this Layla is starting to become scary as Delicious is on fire, takes a tower. Now I'm telling you, Rim, I have a feeling we're going to see a glass cannon Layla today in this game into the hands of Dark Immortals if Elite 10 does not put pressure on the gold lane.
Absolutely, then that's the thing. They can they even put pressure there now? They have lost that tower on the bot side, and that Layla, she has not died yet, even though she has not, contributed to a team fight yet. She has 0 assists, 0s across the board, and that's what you want. Going 7 minutes into the game and your Layla is still sitting comfortable. Speaking of things being comfortable here,
you are going to see that turtle going to the hands of Heaven's Blade. And speaking of hands, heavy spin going down. Eska getting a kill with that Yuzong on to Atlas. And speaking of Atlas, Fatal Links connecting. Faith getting a kill on to that jungle, or that marksman Layla, that glass cannon down, taken out by the speedy light wheel of Faith on carry. Speaking of kills though, the boomerang by Shock last minute is going to go ahead and take down Leomord in that tower.
See, and that's what I like to see. They're finally gaining that momentum and realizing, okay, if we're gonna fight, let's get something out of these fights. Let's get a pick off. Let's get a tower. Let's get an objective. Speaking of things being picked up, I want to take a minute to look at these items here. We do see Carrie locking in two of her first core items, which is definitely going to help her dish out damage. Speaking of dishing out damage here,
You do see a possible clash on the way as AJ kind of returning some damage. But like we said, kills are in the favor of Elite 10 now. We did see Dark Immortals having a huge advantage in the early game, but man, oh man, what a turnaround. And sometimes we kind of see this situation when teams get overly aggressive and overconfident. And you have to be careful as a team like Elite 10 will definitely turn these mistakes into opportunities on the table and possibly see a comeback on the way.
absolutely. Speaking of opportunities, we do see some more items being picked up. Leomord locking in that Malefic, definitely going to be dealing a lot of damage. Speaking of damage being dealt,
You do see Black Dragon form going down. Eska going straight in for Atlas, forced to use the flicker. What an escape as these teams are out for blood. And again, the dragon goes hungry. I gotta ask, Rima, you want chicken or steak?
I mean, at this rate, we might as well get both, honestly.
I'm just trying to figure out what we're gonna eat when Elite 10 gets the sweep. So no, just
Okay. Okay.
looking at the way this game is going so far, definitely a huge turnaround from the side of Elite 10, and we need to see Dark Immortals have a little bit more of a response, as you are seeing the zone is on the Lord into the hands of Elite 10, and down it goes to Heaven's Blade again with the Retribution, just stealing these neutral objectives left and right. And if you are not careful, you're going to lose a lot of real estate on this map, as you have the Lord in play, and all the side of Elite 10 has to do is sink these lanes and possibly push in some of these tier 2 turrets.
Yeah, and speaking of things being stolen, them allowing the side of Elite 10 to pick up this Valentina and giving her this Fatal Links, we've noticed, looking at the composition that Dark Immortals is running right now, they don't have a lasting team fight capability. All they have is the Fatal Links from this Atlas and J for the I'm Offended and secondary utility and CC coming in, but they cannot have these outgoing team fights as their team composition is made to be more giving them a harder time just because of the picks that they allow the side of Elite 10 to pick up here. And it's definitely starting to show in these team fights.
Speaking of team fights, another turret falling into the hands of Elite 10, not able to properly defend it on the side of Dark Immortals, and now looking very, very tricky in terms of the map. Lord still pushing it on the top side. You are seeing Eska and Heaven Blade in the mid lane, and their opposing members, Elite 10, on the bottom side as well. Now I'm going to possibly close it and try and take this objective, but Fatal Links connecting on AJ, able to dash out, wasting the utility of Atlas right there. You do see Eska rushing in with the Black Dragon, getting a triple knockup, but wait a minute! You are going to see Rock Bomber connect over there with that momentum is going to take him down over there on that Leomord. But now looking at what is at play, you are seeing Lord on the top side quickly getting burst down by the side of Dark Immortals, and Elite 10 trying to make a possible pickoff for this turret. But the question is, can they close in on it? As you see in the speedy light wheels from Carry, too hard to handle, and down it goes, leaving the side of Dark Immortals down to only their inhibitor turrets now.
Absolutely, and that's a beautiful play on that Lord coming from the side of Elite 10. Speaking of things coming up, we do see some items. Nana, again, Shock, I noticed that he's, one of those players who likes to be as annoying as possible, and we do see that being reflected in terms of the cooldown build that he likes to take on these mages and support heroes. Definitely likes to give some poke and utility there. Speaking of utility, we do see Ruby locking in that Dominance Ice as well as the House Claws and opting in for some magic resist and with the Atlas as well. But I want to take a moment to look at this Layla. Even though she died one time, she still has her 3 core items. And we all know her range is crazy, especially in this late game here when she hits level 12, which she is. So she's definitely going to start dealing some damage. Carry, though, opting in to abuse some of these true damage from the past item passives as well as her passive, and she has the sustainability and defense. So It's really looking good for the side of Elite 10 right now. I will say the side of Dark Immortals definitely needs one Supreme set coming out from this Atlas here.
Oh, playing the hands, a little bit of a disturbance on the mic as somebody's trying to hack my equipment. But wait a minute, speaking of hacking, speaking of plays, you are seeing Elite 10 on the over-aggressive stance, able to push back the side of Dark Immortals from this Lord. Lord has been reset, though, and now they are down to barely any HP, and now it may lean into the favor for the side of Dark Immortals to take this push. You do see Magic Sentry popping as well, trying to give some vision on to the map. Ruby over there on Jay, going to go ahead and try and give some vision, and now both these teams doing this awkward dance around this Lord. You are seeing the side of Heaven's Blade going to go ahead and take that blue buff a little bit more at his disposal now for these engagements, but a direct response on the side of Elite 10 is they're going to go ahead and, or Dark Immortals is they're going to go ahead and take the red buff as well. Give that to that glass cannon, Leyland. Now you have to watch out as she has been winding up all game, and I'm really excited to see what Jalissas kind of pulls out inside of these clashes, as you are seeing a little bit of an engagement possibly. Both teams kind of going for the kills instead of the Lord. Fatal Link's connecting, but not in time. Heaven's Blade able to get the heavy spin and taking down the Atlas. Not only taking down one, but taking down two, as down goes Rock Bomb, but 2 members down for the side of Dark Immortals. Just going to open up the opportunity for the side of Elite 10 to push in this Lord with no contest. But wait a minute, Sensei with a backdoor plan, a master ended up making inside of the bush. The question is, what will he do? Look at the chip damage of the creep behind him. Kind of bursting him down. There goes Kimmy rushing in last minute, possibly going to get a steal, but no, Heaven's Blade's going to go ahead and take that, and oh my goodness, Nana with the boomerang, going to go ahead and trim them bushes and take down Kimmy.
Absolutely. And speaking of takedowns, just like I was saying, once your frontline presence on this Atlas is taken down, that limits the side of Dark Immortals because they don't have anyone else who can really, take those chip damage that's going to be coming from the side of Elite 10 right now. And that's all because of the draft that they chose to go with during this game here. Speaking of things going in the favor, we did see the side of Elite 10 being able to pick up that tower, and they're looking to possibly end the second game here.
Possibly looking to end the second game, as you are seeing Lord crashing on at the bottom side, trying to take inhibitor, but quickly bursted down. Layla is on point now. The glass cannon has been charged up, but grabbed by the Fatal Links. Eska rushing in, gonna get a kill over there on Yuzong, getting a double kill, and matter of fact, triple kill, taking out Jay as well. Amazing! Oh my goodness! This man is on fire. Chicken or steak, Rim said it best. We want both. And not only that, we're going to take the Nexus as well. Ladies and gentlemen, Elite 10 on fire. Not only takes game 1, but takes game 2 for the series.
Victory!
Absolutely. Speaking of things being taken, I'm happy that dinner is going to be sponsored tonight because the side of Elite 10 definitely ate Dark Immortals up right now. Looking at Faith again, they banned out his plot, but the carry was still online. She had these items, and that's what I like to see. When a marksman player is playing marksman, it doesn't matter who you take them off of, they're still going to be able to build and get the most out of their pick. Speaking of not being able to get the most, though, the Atlas pick on the side of Dark Immortals, only thing that he was able to grab is that game, and when he did get a set, he got taken out directly to, and which you don't want to see this, right? Like if you want to be dynamic, at least be to par to a team like the Huevos. You can't be locking in Layla and not having a response and a vision and a purpose for locking in the pick. Speaking of vision and purpose, though, looking at the statistics there, we did see, again, heavy team fight participation coming in from the side of the Elite 10 right now. We do see a lot of 100% and 60% coming from the side of Dark Immortals, but their team fight participation is only a 6. So I'm not even going to put that into comparison, though, but I want to give Faith definitely earned that MVP with the tower damage, the overall team damage as well, and he's has a very high team fight participation as well. So the side of Elite 10 has definitely been doing work, and we definitely see that their daggers have been sharpened and they're very hungry, and we can see that now.
Definitely can see that indeed. Speaking of hungry, chicken or steak, one of both. Rim said he is paying, so definitely shout out to the side of Elite 10 for that win. And like I said, sponsored by Rim. Just reach out to her reach out to him, DM him, and he will definitely send you maybe a little bit of a Factor, maybe some DoorDash, whatever you guys want, but it has to be chicken or steak. Excellent game indeed. I want to say that was an intense one. That Nana boomerang was just hitting different, man. So well played on the side of Dark Immortals. They're not done yet. They actually do have another series on the way. A little bit of a look at today's schedule as we see in Elite 10 versus Dark Immortals. Elite 10 able to win with a sweep, but now Nefarious is stepping on to the platform, and they are up against Dark Immortals, the team that we just seen play in Series 1. And the question is, how will this match go? Nefarious is one of those teams that knows how to kind of play with their backs against the wall. They've won a lot of matches in a row, broken some records in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy and King of the Hill. And I'm excited to see, you know, paired up against Dark Immortals, which way this match will go. And then also in Series 3, we are going to be seeing Tang Dynasty jump in there against Only the Squad. Tang Dynasty, one of those newer teams inside of the MLSA, and also Only the Squad, one of the newer teams to compete in the MLSA, also assisted over there by Coach Deku as well. So I can't wait to see as both of these teams are getting ready. So don't go nowhere. Definitely grab some drinks, get some popcorn. If you guys, if Rim does owe you guys a meal, just add him on Discord and he'll go ahead and send that your guys' way. And we'll be right back with you guys for Series 2.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, Honey Bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Loved you from the first time you called me lame. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah, always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah, with you the summer came and went in a day, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. when you're miles away. Yeah, you can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. Oh, no, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, never, never wanna forget. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Yeah. Loved you from the first time you called me lame. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah. Always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah. With you the summer came and went in a day, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. it when you're miles away. Yeah, you can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. Oh, no, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, never, never wanna forget. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Somebody got a spectator in here.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Yeah. Loved you from the first time you called me lame. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah. Always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah. With you the summer came and went in a day. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. Feel it when you're miles away, yeah. You can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, never wanna forget. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Yeah. Loved you from the first time you called me lame. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah. Always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah. With you the summer came and went in a day. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back into the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and today is the day as we have another banger series on the way. That's right, Series 2, a little bit of a look at the schedule. Today, we've seen with Series 1 Elite 10 versus Dark Immortals, and now we're going to be seeing Nefarious not go up against Dark Immortals, but a little bit of a roster change. We actually have a hybrid team, a super team, have you, for the side of the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, built from Ackerman, built from Huevo, and also built from Excellent Arrow, and we're going to call them Excellent Huevo Man. Going up against Nefarious. And then for Series 3, we are going to be seeing Tang Dynasty go up against only the squad. So super excited to see what these teams bring to the table. Excellent Huevo Man, a team with players from across the board with high stats. They have Kush on their team. They also have Alfred. They have Durza from Huevo. They have Mama Wu over there as well, so definitely a deadly force to be reckoned with. But they're going up against Nefarious, a team that we've seen kind of break records in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and not afraid to have their backs against the wall with some high competition. Alongside me, I will be casting with the one, the only Coach Deku, who's going to jump on the play-by-play and also do the analyst side of things for match 1. So definitely put your seatbelts on, buckle up, as we are going to be taking flight here shortly, and there may be a little bit of turbulence on the way.
Excellent way to wrap that up and pass it on. I like the way you did that there, Weezy. With the work on my exit there, my handoffs. But speaking on handoffs here, though, I'm gonna go ahead and take this over to the draft phase in between Excellent Era and Huevo, right? Two teams that you introduced, or mix up a Huevo, right? Excellent Era and Huevo cohorts up against Nefarious. Be very interesting to see how that goes. And I'm seeing a new mage actually over there with Nefarious, Cat Skyla. So maybe running a little bit of a tryout for the side of Nefarious, and then the mix up right in between this Excellent Era and Huevo. So a lot of changes and additions in between these rosters here. Definitely be nice to see what these two teams will bring. We know they are good for these adjustments, able to compete at a high level no matter what. So I'm definitely excited to see what they can do with these compositions.
Speaking of composition, you know one thing they can't do, Fanny being taken off the board, a little bit of that respect ban over the Kush with the highest Fanny player. And I want to say he's like top 6 in the United States. So definitely a little bit of homework and a little bit of research. They're going to go ahead and deny that from being slotted on the side of Huevo Man. But speaking of slots, Wu wasting no time is going to go ahead and pick up that glue. Something we've kind of seen before. Glue being an interesting counter to the Joy in the XP lane. I remember we've seen a match not too long ago with that, and I was pretty impressed. Able to have that split to kind of divide himself into a little bit of little mini versions of himself, gives him HP, and also stick on his opponent. Glue kind of also provides sustainability and also mobility as well. Kind of has everything in his disposal, and I like to see these kind of things slotted, and I'm excited to see what Wu does with glue. Wu or glue. We're gonna call glue Wu now. Maybe a Wu skin in the making over there. But I'm excited. Like I said, I'm predicting this to possibly be an XP lane glue though, not a roam. But the cool thing about it is it can be slotted as either. Looking at Nefarious, they are going to go ahead and slot in that from Rammus as a possible support, maybe in mid lane. Another flex pick indeed. Looking at some of the love, locking in that Moskov with that Inspire. It's going to be a deadly force to split push these towers and possibly get a sneak backdoor play to end the game. And also gives them early game advantage as Moskov is a really good marksman for the 1v1, especially stacked up with that attack speed and also that Inspire. It's going to make him hard to kind of rush up on. Looking at Kush, locking in a fan favorite throughout the Land of the Dawn, all the way from North America to the Philippines. The man with the G Kundo himself and the fancy footwork, Cho.
Definitely the fancy footwork and a fancy draft that we're seeing coming out from these members. Like you pointed out, the glue already being locked in with that Angela as well, and now the Cho locked in by the side of this this excellent egg is what I'm going to call them. The composition kind of leaning towards that pick off, right? The glue with the split, and then the way the dragon in there in the hands of Kush, they're kind of opting in for that pick off composition, which might be good, right? They're going up against Nefarious right now that has the Faramis locked in, so they're definitely going to be looking to want to go for those team fights, grouping up and potentially taking those 5v5s with that Cult Altar presence. But with the wave or excellent egg, if they're able to take those measures to go ahead and secure an early pickoff, that'll be exactly what they need to do to fall in line with their composition and kind of disturb Nefarious's composition. Don't want to let them group up, don't want to go for those team fights, which is what they'll preferably like to do, right? Underneath something to prove with this Faramis. So far, Wavo definitely having a decent lineup right now up against Nefarious and what they're going for. But speaking of things and what they're going for, Claw's going to get taken out by the side of Nefarious. Not going to let Wavo pick that up, or Excellent Egg go ahead and secure that in their back line. Speaking of back line, the Leomore getting taken out by Excellent Egg. Don't want that in their back line. And then the response, the final ban from the side of Nefarious Dyrov to go ahead and allow Izumi on top, right, on this Esmeralda to have a relatively safe time in the XP, just in case there's some flex going on. I don't think they needed to ban Dyrov. I mean, Glue's already locked in, Angela as well, and then a Cho. There's only really so much flexibility, right, allowed from the side of Excellent Egg to kind of move those pieces around. I just don't think it wouldn't allow for a Dyrov. So I don't agree with the ban, but I can understand why they were being safe, maybe. Maybe at this point, Dyrov maybe could have went jungle. It's not really something we see often, so I'm not really sure, but that's what they opt in for. And now we're seeing over to the first pick from the side of Nefarious in the second half of the draft.
Yeah, this is interesting indeed. Locking out that Dyrov, possibly planning that direct counter for Izumi over there on the Esmeralda. Glue kind of predicted to be in the XP lane, the Rome being their Durza over there. But like I said, looking at the draft, it is a flex potential, and they can kind of shift heroes in different positions. Speaking of shifting, though, Alfred going with a comfort pick is going to go ahead and lock in that Wan crossbow tank will be in effect for today's match in the Land of the Dawn. Stacked up against some of the love on this Moskov as well, both running that inspired, very heavily aggressive early game marksmen to be able to get the job done. But I really want to see how it plays out. If Wan can get those stacks, can proc that crossbow tang. It'll kind of negate any damage that Summon of Love can do onto her. But the question is, who's inspires a little bit faster and who can get that kill? I'm definitely going to see some aggressive, or predict some aggressive play styles from both marksmen in the gold lane. And one thing that I'd probably challenge the teams to do is apply some pressure along with that to make sure that their marksman has a little bit of that easier time in that early game, which may, you know, pave the way for an early finish. And then Fat Boy locking in that Gushin, what was that Cosmic Gleam skin? Definitely going to be shining today. A little bit of that assassin who can rush in. Gushin known to kind of burst down even the beefiest type of fighters with that only Genius Wand and Arcane boost at his disposal. Able to even go in and kind of one-shot people with Retribution, or not Athena Shield and Radiant Armor as well. So not the worst pick, not something we've seen slotted too often, but I wouldn't say Gushin fell off. I just feel like a lot of players don't use him to the maximum potential. And then to finish off the draft, this is interesting. Something we've kind of seen slotted time and time again in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. Cat over there, the tryout mage for the side of Nefarious, is going to go ahead and lock in that Valir. And that's going to finalize the draft from both sides. And man, oh man, do we got a show as we are seeing the excellent Eggman, Huevo Man, Egg, whatever we want to call this super team, going up against a fan favorite Nefarious, one of the title owners or title breakers in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, who won 4 wins in a row for King of the Hill, only taken down by Ackerman for that record. And like I said, this is just going to be an insane match as we are slowly embarking into the Land of the Dawn.
Embarking on into the Land of Dawn, and I feel like we're descending into some chaos here. I don't know if you noticed, but Kush running that high and dry. Going to be looking at that damaged Cho from the side of Huevo Man, Excellent Man, whatever man, from those members. Going to go ahead and throw that in the XP. And we really never see Cho in the XP anymore. And definitely not a damaged Cho at that. But wait a minute. This Cho mid? Are we having a damaged Cho mid right now?
Yeah, this is interesting comp. If you're looking at the items, it is well, no boots are built at all for Angela, and Cho doesn't have Rome on, so I'm not sure
okay,
so far.
He went top. Okay, we've cracked the code at least now. Like, it definitely was very confusing. You know, the side of Huevo, man. Anything is possible.
Yeah, definitely anything possible. But it looks like Glue slotted in those Rome boots for the side of Huevo.
Did slot in, but G Kundu coming in from the Kush, gonna find 2 members on a quick double kill and make that a third onto the hands of Fat Boy there. Zumi on top, uncomfortable position, gonna have to pop the Vengeance early, and the members are excellent, not gonna let that go. Killing spree in the hands of Kush. That's a 3-0 damage Cho in the XP lane right now from the side of Excellent Huevo, man, and that's just ridiculous. They're up 4-0, Weezy.
Man, oh man, looks like Excellent Huevo Man's eggs are a little bit hotter than Huevo themselves, and that is 4 kills in a row, which is a huge advantage for the early game. Already leading in gold by 2,000, not even 2 minutes in, and now Nefarious put in that position where they got to play a little bit safer. As any additional kill now is going to start a huge snowball. Not only snowball, but a lot of assists went into the hands of Huevo as well, or Huevo Man as well, which is going to allow them to get this level 4 before this turtle pushes in, and that's going to be another neutral objective possibly in their hands. And I'm wondering if this is something Nefarious is even going to attempt to kind of contest. We are seeing the Esmeralda in the jungle, something we've seen slotted more and more often for the side of Nefarious. But the question is, with that 4-0 deficit, how is it going to play into today's early game?
Right now, I mean, it's looking pretty gnarly, they would say, in that early game. Moskov gonna catch that kill off screen. But speaking what's going on here, Valir gonna apply that zoning that's slow and able to get Aloy Wu there. I mean, taken down from the side of Huevo Man ahead of this turtle, but not going to start it. And now Kush kind of playing in that mid-river, going to look for Cat and going to find that kill. Definitely going to secure with the G Kundu now. The Heart Guard in play for Kush, who's currently being chased by 2 members of the Fairy, is going to make that mobility put to use and try to escape out of there. But Illumi on top trying to go. Energy Eruption, Glue coming in with Wu, applying some extra CC, and they're taking down the members and forcing down Colt Ultra. 1 member down right now. Izumi out of the fight, something to prove. Almost out of there now. Colt Ultra being forced out on something to prove here, and Kush looking to do damage high and dry, going to lead to the unstoppable. Kush 5-0-2 looking unstoppable, taking down the members of the Fairies. Now caught by Cat. Azumi on top and company out here in the top lane still alive right now. G-Kundu gonna lead to a kill for Wu, facilitated by Kush on the Cho. That's finally taken down. Cat Skyla dangerously low. Gonna have to go for the retreat. Azumi on top with something to prove on the move, mobilize and try to take down these members. Energy eruption on Wu. The spear from Moscow not gonna find the way. Fat Boy gonna take the turtle though in the midst of all that action, and Nefarious, man, just falling behind quickly beside Excellent Wavo right now. Ooh. But speaking of falling behind, in the tower, Gujin going for the dive on that Valir, gonna find that killing spree, and now Kush in the river looking to find another kill right now. He will secure another kill. 6, 1, and 3. Kush, the Ackerman, is on fire.
Man, oh man, on fire indeed. Huevo Man taking off like a rocket. 10-3 right now, up by 7 kills, 4 minutes in, up by 2,000 gold. And looking at the KDA already on Kush, 6, 1, and 3. This man is unstoppable. This is like watching Bruce Lee in his prime form. Speaking of prime form, Kush again getting a kill onto Azumi, and the kills do not stop here. Now 7, 1, and 3. Beautifully played, and I know everybody's screaming in the land of the dawn right now. Those Cho fans out there definitely take notes as we are seeing Kush online. Speaking of online, looking at the items, the method behind his madness right now has that Blade of Heptases going for a possible Blade of Despair as well, as if his damage is not enough in the first 5 minutes of this game. Speaking of early things, though, you are seeing a clash on the bottom side.
Fat Boy gonna find the kill on Some to Love, assisted by that Heart Guard. Not gonna take much damage is all. Now disappointing retreat on the Esme, looking to defend that tower. Is gonna be able to go ahead and secure that with Some to Prove with the Shadow Stampede. Gonna pull the members in. Wu going in for the CC is gonna force that Cult Altar. And now going in for the Split Spit, looking for Some to Prove here. He is dangerously low, gonna force out a Flicker, but now the engage from Fat Boy looking to secure a kill. Does find a kill on for Rams, a double kill into the jungler for Huevo Man, but return it, traded out by disappointing retreat. A 2-for-1 trade so far in the favor of Huevo Man right now, up ahead of this turtle.
And if I'm Alfred right now on the side of Huevo Man, I'm definitely screaming, I need to get some kills because I do not want it to look like I'm being carried by the Eggman right now. But speaking of carries, Kush getting taken down by disappointing retreat, trying to get some highlight reels into the back line of their jungle. And now is going to get that KDA kind of slowly tainted, now 8, 2, and 3, but still on fire. Turtle is in effect. It looks like the aggro has been pulled in by Durza. Now Fat Boy rushing in. It's going to quickly burst that down. We know the jungler for the side of Nefarious is disappointing retreat on this Esmeralda, not even gonna go for a contest. But speaking of contest, Some to Prove gonna give some vision on it, possibly try and get a steal, but the question is, over the retribution, can he do it? No, he can't. And now that little bit of vision may have costed him his life, as he is immobilized, but quickly trying to escape. And then inspired by Moscow with the Bush play is gonna quickly burst down the Angela.
And then we seen Kush come in again and make his presence felt, finding a double kill. Now up 10, 2, and 3. So much for that tainted KDA. That man is online for the side of Excellent Wavo, man. They got to find a way to stop him, slow him down, as he did just pick up that Blade of Despair. And now things obviously picking up for the side of Wavo, right? They're up 18-6. The lanes are open on both sides. They've already taken down those towers, and Nefarious hasn't found anything in the way of trading or finding anything to get somebody online here. All the members currently struggling. Speaking of members, Ackerman, Huevo Man looking for the dive potentially on Azumi. Gonna get that energy eruption into the tower, but Kush gonna find the way of the dragon before Azumi can get anything going. And Durza, the support, gonna go ahead and pick up that kill. You know how that goes when the supports want to get a little hungry for those fights. But now we're seeing in the mid lane, Skyla now getting taken out, and that's gonna be Kush again, rotating from the top side after making a play happen with the way of the dragon and catching out Valir with that G-Kundu. And now we're seeing them enforce their will on the last members of the Nefarious split. Gonna find Ferrandis here. The Flicker, though, gonna take Blue into the tower. Gonna have to disengage the Shadow Stampede to pull him back. Disappointing retreat on the killing spree. Gonna find that trade in that fight in the bot side.
Man, oh man. Now 20-7. I think this might be a record for the highest kills in the least amount of time for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. Into the hands of Excellent Huevo Man. A combination of 3 teams. Huevo, Ackerman, and Excellent Era in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy going up against Nefarious. And man, oh man, are they applying that pressure. Speaking of pressure, though, a little bit of a situation may be on the way for the top side as Alfred trying to get some stacks on to Azumi.
Yeah, and it won't take much here with Durz on this Angela. Here we go. See the immobilized potentially coming out But speaking of, the tower's going to fall into the hands of D's here. But speaking of falling into, Kush again, they're going to find something to love on the Moskov. Woo with the split. They're going to go ahead and take out something to prove here. It just depends on who's going to find the kill. Looks like Woo's going to go ahead and secure that himself. Not going to let something to prove escape and get back to the team. No mercy for him, as excellent Wave Man will now transition over to this Lord.
I'm just looking at Kush right now. High and dry Cho, just getting the job done. 12, 2, and 4. Fat Boy not having a bad time neither. 6, 1, and 10. Some secret weapons for the side of excellent Huevo Man. But one thing they do have that is going to be getting online as well in these 5v5 clashes is Alfred, right? His team is getting all the gold. They're getting pretty fed. He already has Corrosion Scythe and also the Demon Hunter Sword built as well to kind of burst down these beefier heroes. Speaking of heroes, though, down goes Durza, kind of caught off guard in the bottom lane. And that'll be one member down for the side of Huevo Man. But looking at Fat Boy, right, running this Gushin, he does have the Divine Glaive picked up. That late game magic pin already in full effect. Only 9 minutes in, and man, oh man, you have to be careful if you are the side of Nefarious. They don't even really have a lot of magic defense outside of Faramis on the Athena's shield. So speaking of defense, you are seeing Alfred possibly going for some weakness points.
Absolutely. Heart Guard in, though, for the side of Wu with the split. Going to look to secure a member. D still working for those marks. Hasn't found the crossbow tank yet, but Wu finding a member with a split. Not going to go ahead and pull him back and have to disengage. A lot of utility from him. But Kush, G-Kundu into the background. Way the Dragon not going to find a kill, though. Wu now on the opposite side of the wall with Great China here, as Moscow's going to work on, but Fat Boy going to secure the kill on the Zumi, and now dangerously close in between the spawn and tower. Kush going to find the kill on Valir. Esme going to trade that right back out. Moskov as well. D's finding the tower, but hasn't found his way into this fight yet to do any damage, and Excellent can fill that, as they do lose that trade 3-2 in the favor of Nefarious.
And now, with all these towers down, a good situation for the side of excellent Huevo Man to get a possible finish. 10 minutes in, 24-11. Kush sitting at 13, 3, and 5. Fat Boy, the jungler for the side of Huevo Man right now, sitting at a beautiful KDA of a little bit of a coverage over here. Looks like some Alfred kind of probably going off on the team right now, unable to get any of the kills. Maybe saying like, hey, I'm the marksman. Let me at least get a chance to use this crossbow of Tang. But looking like Fat Boy and Kush able to get to those marks a little bit faster. But speaking of these marks,
it looks like D's might find that crossbow tank. Appraiser Raph, though, going to do a lot of damage. Colt on the side of Nefarious. They're looking to take this fight. Alfred dropped dangerously low. Conceal coming in from Nefarious. The fight may not be over yet. They might be looking for something here. They are going to go ahead and shove in this mid lane kind of hard. Fat Boy, though, on the defense against 4 members. Might be ill-advised. Shadow Stampede from something to prove and make them back off just a little bit. But a wise play from Fat Boy. Going to go ahead and Retribution that last cannon minion. Now, throwing the dagger on something to prove. He's going to go for the engage. No, but Kush on the bot side. Look at him going for the inhibitor right now. The macro, the micro we've seen from Kush tonight leading the ways. They find the bot inhibitor with no answer from Nefarious. And now, disappointing Retri on the Esmeralda, on the chase. Fat Boy looking to secure that kill, trying to find them something to prove, though. Shadow Stampede, but at what cost is Kush is gonna find the backline again. For Rams is another kill. Now Wu looking to catch Huevo Man. Can you stop the Azumi? Gonna have to disengage. D's Alfred stepping up, trying to find the marks, not gonna find it, gonna have to disengage, but the damage has already been done. Huevo Man, like we've already said, enforcing their will, has Nefarious in the back pedal here, as they're losing ground quickly, as Excellent Huevo's looking to close out this match.
Yeah, definitely having them on the back pedal right now. A little bit of looking like Debo out there for Kush on this show. You do see split going in by Wu, trying to get a possible grab on somebody from Nefarious, but both teams kind of doing that awkward dance. Not sure if they really want to take this engagement.
Short all Falling Star Moon coming out from Esmeralda. Wu no longer has the split, but speaking of split, Huevo Man, Kush in the mid. Alfred in the top, doing a good job of keeping the pressure on the waves. Kush gonna get caught by the Shadow Stampede, but gonna go ahead and immune with that Shampoo, that energy eruption. Not gonna get caught out just yet. Alfred, though, looking hungry in that top side as the members of Huevo Man are working on this Lord. The Falling Star Moon from Esmeralda, not gonna find the Lord. Sakir going into Fat Boy. Speaking of Sakir's choke, found Moskov off screen, and now with the Heart Guard looking for more as he's looking to take down this Valir. Double kill in the hands of Kush. Can he make it 3-1-2 2 and 3. Yes, he will find the triple kill, knocking the members down, and Nefarious Kush moving with devious intentions for the side of Wavo now with that enhanced Lord coming down the mid lane. 3 members missing from the side of Nefarious. Can you hold back Wavo, man? We're seeing that G-Condu being prepped up by Kush Shunpuin. Gonna find the knockup way of the dragon. Disappointing retreat does get taken down, facilitated by Kush, shut down in him, and now the Nexus gonna be taken down by excellent Wavo, man.
Woo, what a game, man. Oh man, I gotta ask the question, scrambled or sunny side up, Deku?
You're looking like hard boiled out there.
Some hard-boiled eggs at its finest, ladies and gentlemen. An excellent class over there by, hey, there you go. An excellent Huevo Man class on how to cook some hard-boiled eggs at its finest. And man, oh man, Kush, 18-3-6. That is a record for Cho on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. Not only a record, but highest kills in least amount of time is what we've seen in the early game. They're already past the 20-minute mark, 7 minutes in, or 20 kill mark, 7 minutes in from the side of excellent Huevo Man. Looking at this data, looking at Kush, 25% hero damage, also 42% turret damage as well, all over the map. Even had a split push to take an inhibitor turret and got away. And then the Heart Guard of Esmeralda to kind of rush in to allow him to get another secret kill was huge. And Kush is just one of those masters of Cho that you have to watch out for. He's top 6 in the United States for Fandy, and now I'm wondering if he may be possibly top 1 in the United States for Cho, as you are seeing some of this class on the way the Dragon getting that hero to the backline for your team to kind of quickly burst them down. And this is kind of a similar situation we've seen all game over there with Kush. So definitely an excellent play indeed. But ladies and gentlemen, this is just one fight. This is just one battle in the war, as these teams are competing in a best of 3. And the question is, how do you respond with Nefarious? You already had your eggs made, and now the question is, are you going to bring some dessert or possibly some lunch to the table as a response for Mama Huevo, Ackerman, and also excellent era combination? But like I said, this is a super team. Not just a super team, but these are some of the best players from each team slotted on one team, and definitely a scary... I'm almost want to just sign them up and put them on an MLSA contract, redo the name, and just name them the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy team. But
make it Death Row Records and slot them in for the first team.
Yeah, they were on fire. But like we said, that is just one game in the series, and I'm really wondering how the tryout is feeling now over there on the fair. That was a good game. It was a really good game. The Ferris has to... They're missing one player, though, so they had to kind of slot in a mage last second. And I know when you have one random player, it can definitely be the difference in terms of synergy. So we are going to wait for them to slot in that last member and then jump right back in to a game 2 for this series. I see a lot of people asking, how do you join? Super simple. So we are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. We host events every Monday through Thursday. Every Monday and Wednesday is King of the Hill, where the winning team stays on best of 1. First come, first serve. Every Tuesday and Thursday are scheduled scrims, where we have 3 series. All of them are best of 3 with 2 teams competing, and that is what you're seeing right now. We're currently on Series 2. The way you guys can join is by signing up on our official Discord server for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, which will be in the pinned comment on every single platform we stream on. So make sure you sign up there. It doesn't matter if you're on a team, if you're a solo player, we offer services for all of that. If you're a solo player, we have a spot where you can kind of post your stats on our Discord server, and some of these teams, even maybe excellent Huevo Man, might pick you up and put you on their team. And if not, you can kind of make your own team yourself on there. And if you do come with a team, even better, you can go ahead and register that team and get ready to compete in these matches that are on the way, as it's always first come, first serve. And we'd love to have anybody in the North American region joining and competing to get you guys prepared for MLBB North American Leagues in the future and the grand finale in a MPL. So guys, definitely stretch. Maybe I might go ask Huevo for another video class on how to make some eggs real quick, so I can get some quick a quick meal in before the next match. So don't go nowhere. We'll be right back with you guys momentarily for match 2.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Yeah. Loved you from the first time you called me lame. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah. Always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah. With you the summer came and went in a day. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back into the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and today is Season 1, Week 5, Day 2, Series 2, Match 2. How many twos did I say? Get a guess. First guess will win an epic skin. Rim will go ahead and send that your way as a special thanks for joining the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. But on to the matches. Let's do a little bit of a breakdown on what we've seen for Match 1 of Series 2 between these two amazing teams. Excellent Huevo Man, a combination of the best from Huevo, from Excellent Era, and also Ackerman, and then up against Nefarious, one of the crowd favorites, the fan favorites, the seniors inside of the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy having a harder time as Kush kind of got online for the side of Excellent Huevo Man with that show, kind of turning into Bruce Lee and dominating on the battlefield with the beautiful KDA and also over 20 kills for their entire team. So I will say, even though Fanny was banned, you have to find more answers for Kush. This man is looking like Neo from the Matrix right now in every single lane, every single role, and you have to have some sort of game plan going into Game 2 for the draft.
They definitely need a game plan, man. They got to find a way to contain Kush coming from the bush with the Cho, the G-Kundu, the Way of the Dragons. That man was everywhere. I mean, he was in top, he was in bot, he was in mid, he was in the base, he was in their face, invading the place. That man was making plays all over, man. You gotta find a way to shut down Kush. There's no way an XP laner should be causing that much harm, and it only made it that much harder having to deal with the Heart Guard on top of the Angela from Durs. I mean, it was disgusting, man. They set in a one-man wrecking ball and went for a demolition derby out there, and the Fairies, unfortunately, was the building set for destruction. As Excellent Air, Excellent Huevo Man, whatever you want to call him, man, got the job done in spectacular fashion. Actually ridiculous if you want to be legit about it. But speaking of legit, on this draft, we got the Carmilla locked in. First pick from the Fairies, looking for that teamwork, team synergy, a little bit of wombo combo. Definitely don't want to be sitting alone anymore. Going to look to play behind disappointing Reggie because one man alone is Kush's dinner, if you know what I'm saying. But speaking of, we are seeing the Alice Ruby response pick from Excellent Huevo, also looking for a little bit of little teamwork play. Both teams right now, compositions looking amped up for those team fights, those 5v5 clashes, and that's what we want to see, man. Yeah, I had fun seeing Kush run around playing tag with everyone and telling them that they're it, but this is what it's about. Get these 5v5 compositions, these team fighting compositions, and let's see who can execute, right? Who can execute in the 5v5 setting in that mid-late game transition.
Definitely a transition on the way, as well as Saf's going to lock in that Sicilian, and with that Carmilla, that dynamic duo, that Moonlight waltz in play, possibly being able to have Sicilian grab up that Carmilla when things get a little bit more dangerous, and then throwing her right back into play when needed. Something to love, taking up one of those more slotted marksmen, that Beatrix with the versatility, able to get the job done all across the board with the sniper, the shotgun, the submachine gun, you name it. Even recent patches, there is a build out that a lot of people go for more attack speed. Possibly seeing a machine gun build on the way, but if not, maybe going more for that sniper build to kind of get that one-shot effect over there with Raynor. But looking at the opposing side across the river, looking at Wu locking in that Yu Zong, one of those heroes who has a really easy time getting to the back line, especially when you're going up against a Sicilian. Sicilian having a hard time against those heroes that fight at a close distance. Wu gonna use that Black Dragon, possibly drop on him and secure a kill with the Petrify in his favor. Durza locking in that Ruby, very good CC sustainability and frontline presence. Alfred locking in something we see from time to time, this Alice. Now the question is, where are you going to slot the Alice? Is this going to be an Alice gold lane? As we know, Alfred's position primarily is over there for the gold. But I think the world wants to know, what is Kush going to be pulling out in game 2?
I don't know. That's unknown, but what is known, come on, man, we got to talk about it. Got to show some love, some to love here on that Beatrix. That man, part of the Twin Towers, the Twin Snipers out here in the MLSA with that Renner. Something to love. A dangerous man in that gold lane with that Beatrix. We didn't get to see him get online too well, but I don't think anybody did from the side of affairs up against that Kush that you're mentioning. But now, with that ever so looming presence of Beatrix, one of the highest performing marksmen in the MLSA, and one of its highest performers' hands in the side of affairs up there in some of the loves, capable and very dangerous and ready hands, the trigger man for Nefarious, boy. We gotta give it a nod. We gotta tip our hats at it. With that Carmilla, with those Cursed Blood links, able to add into that AoE damage that he's gonna be bringing with the Beatrix, enhancing that damage, spreading out all the fear in the land. Huevo also they have to find an answer for him, because you can't let some of the love free farm in that gold lane with that Beatrix. We've seen what he can do, and boy, can he definitely show Nefarious and its members of Excellent Huevo Man how to not only take over but shut out a game if given the chance.
And looking at chances, Fatboy gonna go ahead and slot in something we don't see too often. I'm gonna say almost only into the hands of Fatboy, locking in that Granger in the jungle. Maybe realizing that Alfred is going to run gold lane Alice. They still want a marksman in their composition, and looks like that is going to be the choice of jungle for the side of Excellent Huevo Man. Now, looking at Sicilian, he guarantees that late game damage on the hands of a Nefarious. You have the marksman that scales through time. Beatrix getting the job done from beginning all the way to the late game. And now we're looking at who you're going to run in the possible XP lane. It's disappointing Retro locked in that Carmilla for the jungle, that Curse of Blood, to be able to stun pretty much everybody around her and also stack that damage. You are seeing a possible coverage over on the Dairoth, as you know you're going to be running up against Wu on this Yu Zong, and you want a good counter to have an easier time. It looks like Dairoth, the king of the 1v1s in the early phase of the game, is slotted into the hands of Ignore This Name. To finish off the draft for Nefarious, something to prove. Going to be pulling out that Grok today. A couple of wild charges on the way with those Guardian barriers to help secure some neutral objectives and also close in onto Huevo and not allow them to escape.
Yeah, man, but speaking of escape, Nefarious right now going to be in a hard position, right? I like the damage that they have, but it's the disengage that they're missing that I'm tilting my head at, because right now, right, we already pointed it out, but you kind of hinted at it with that Fat Boy on that Granger over there in the jungle, and Alfred potentially going to hold that Alice in the gold lane, and that's definitely what it's going to be here, paired up with Wu over there, potentially in the off lane there as well. You just never know. Like, we could see a Rome YZ if you're talking about Excellent Huevo, man. They definitely would do it. But there's not a lot of disengage, right? Beatrix, some of the love going to be an uncomfortable spot, especially with that Benedetta being locked in as well. You have to deal with Alice, right? With the mobility from Alfred on that Alice, as well with the Black Dragon form for Wu, as well as the Electo Flash with Kush finding his way to the back line, and always the ever ever-present threat from the CC potentially being applied by Durza, and they just don't have anything to kind of break away from those fights. Once they kind of go in for the team fight, kind of going for the commit, which will probably happen, right, from something to prove, making that engage with the wild charge, you don't really have anything to break away, right? And Beatrix with that single dash that you kind of use to reset that reload to add in some of that DPS, once the dash is gone and all you have is flicker, if at all, if it's not on cooldown, I mean, the full send potential from Excellent Huevo, man, it could spell disaster for that back line. Cecilia and Beatrix could be in for a world of pain. There's a lot of options to kind of get to that back line, and they already have that front early snowball potential with Fat Boy on this Granger. This game could quickly get out of hand for Nefarious again. They're going to have to play incredibly safe to kind of defend that back line and let those members find an opportunity to get some damage in.
Yeah, this is definitely an interesting game, but there's a lot into the hands of Durza for CC on the side of Excellent Huevo Man. Looking at Yu Zhong, Woo, he's running support emblem on YZ, which is the first time I've ever seen this in effect, and I'm wondering how this will kind of play out for this game. Is it a good choice? How is he going to kind of, go in for the early game, or is he going to be a potential pickoff in the making to kind of give the advantage to the side of Nefarious? Speaking of advantages, though, we are seeing Alfred, this time not in the gold lane, but in the XP lane, stacked up against Dairoth, and already getting quickly bursted down. And on the bottom side, we are seeing Kush running the XP lane against, or gold lane against Some to Love on that Comfort Beatrix pick. And this is a fight we want to see, right? So you harked in on Some to Love, one of the best marksmen, the Twin Towers, being able to have that American Sniper title up against Kush. We've seen top 6 United States Fanny and apparently top 1 Cho in the making. But speaking of making, Clash going in on the red buff. You do see Bat's Impact connecting, possibly going in for a kill. Petrify connecting by Kush, trying to get the first blood, and he is able to do it, and down goes something to prove. Kush already on fire again, but wait a minute. Destinata going in by Granger, already having level 4, and down goes disappointing retry into the hands of Durza. Clash not over though, as Saf trying to disengage. Wait a minute, whose side of the jungle are we on? As they are dominating already. Top side already, another kill going into Ignore This Name is going to quickly burst down Alfred, and that will be the first blood on the side of Excellent Huevo Man. And man, oh man, they are duking it out over there for this red buff again. Another clash, not going to give the caster a break, but going to go in for more kills on the side of Excellent Huevo Man, trying to stack up their KDA, their rosters right now. And man, oh man, are they playing heavily aggressive. And when you kind of go in with this play style, it's high risk, high reward, but definitely the reward leaning into the favor of Huevo Man right now.
And I mean, Wheezy, we gotta put it out. Gotta talk about it. I think I'm 3 for 3 right now on these guesses here. Quite literally said, it can get out of hand pretty fast for the side of Nefarious. We're seeing them not contain Kush. But speaking of contain here,
you do see the retribution by Fat Boy, able to get the turtle and also get a kill onto Grok. Black Dragon going down, disappointed Retry with barely any HP. Is gonna go ahead and drop down on him, but wait a minute. He is able to escape with that Blood Ode just in time. Not able to get that Shaw Essence procced over there by Woo.
Definitely, but Kush finding the kill there on the cut again in the exact same spot, but fight not over.
You do see Saf able to secure that kill with the Bat's Impact and also the Bat's Feast as well, just kind of chipping away that HP, and that will be the first kill that Kush has fallen to right there, and now 2-5 in favor of Mama Huevo, still leading by 3 kills.
Yeah, man. Like I said, I pointed this out. I spoke on it, right? It could quickly get out of hand for the side of Nefarious, and it kind of is happening right now in 4K. And speaking of getting out of hand, man, Granger finding a kill there, killing spree into the jungler, but the fight's not over.
Yeah, you did see Sicilian fall, double kill, down goes something to prove. Down goes the roam for the side of Nefarious, a 2-for-0 trade, and it looks like all the answers on the test are leaning toward Huevo right now. Huevo Man, with an excellent gameplay, he's going to go ahead and contest this red buff, increase that farm, and you're not really seeing any answers from the side of Nefarious to stop them from this over-aggression. When will this rain stop? They're just stealing everything in the jungle.
Yeah, it's looking hard-boiled again. Dinner serving up for breakfast. Whenever you eat your eggs, oh man, the backside gank.
Ooh, do you see the mirrors passion, but Fat Boy with the Death Sonata right in the middle of his forehead. Down goes Beatrix, the American Sniper. Glass out over though, something to prove in a difficult situation. Trying to use the wild charge, but quickly bursts down by Fat Boy again, and that is 2 kills into his hand. Not only 2 kills, but that is the tower, the tier 3 tower for the bottom side into the hands of Excellent Huevo Man.
Did you see that eye for an eye from Kush on that wild charge? Are you kidding me right now? The Fairies can't find anything for the trade. It literally goes back to what was said, man. It's getting out of hand. The Rome YZ, I said there was potential for it, especially from Excellent Huevo. They put it in the wrong position. You can see the pressure, speaking of YZ here.
You do see the Curse of Blood being activated over there by Carmilla, but not enough to stop the side of Huevos. They are maintaining this pressure. Gonna try and possibly rush in. Durza giving some vision to the team, but Granger's gonna go ahead and farm. Woo, in a dangerous position now, forced to back off, and it looks like the side of Nefarious is gonna try and take down him with that low HP pool. You do see I'm offended by Durza to go ahead and group up 2 members of Nefarious, but you do see Bat's Feast able to connect, and down goes Woo with that low HP, caught off guard by Saf on this Sicilian. But speaking of off guard, wait a minute, Some to Love getting hit with the Electro. No, able to escape it, but not able to escape Kush. Taken down, but in the process, get a double kill, get into that back line and taking out Sicilian as well, and then Kush escapes without falling to the turret damage. This man is on fire right now with a KDA of 4, 1, and 3.
He's definitely on fire. And again, something else I pointed out in the early, man, they had to find a way to contain Kush, and so far, no dice. Kush not looking to be controlled, looking to set the pace, set the tempo. The XP laner looking like a roamer out there, the amount of plays that he's a part of and what that he makes happen in this match. And you can see right now, right from the lead, currently up 4K. Speaking of 4K, they're up in the faces of the Fairies once again.
Ooh, the triple knockup with the wild charge. Ignore this name, gonna kill onto Alfred, but wait a minute, shut down. Disappointed Retro taking out Fat Boy. Oh my goodness, the triple knockup over there by Woo, but not enough. The wall goes up, Guardian Barrier, no way for Woo to go, but he's gonna go ahead and use the Shaw Essence to get a little bit of life still, but can he remain in this fight? No, he can't. He's quickly bursted down by Ignore this name on the Dairoth, and man, oh man, that is a 3-for-none trade into the hands of Nefarious.
Absolutely a quick trade, but Wheezy, quick, while the action's going slow, let's take a look at these items. We're seeing some components being locked in from the side of Excellent Huevo, man, getting it done. Bloodlust Axe, Hunter Strike from Kush, adding into that early game damage in that sustain. As you can see, he's hungry. Speaking of hungry, in the face of some love, potentially go for a play here.
Gonna hit the Petrify and the Electo, but not gonna be able to secure the kill. The American Sniper versus this Benedetta. Kush, something to prove, getting in last minute, able to get that kill. Man, oh man, was that close for Something to Love, but wait a minute, Turtle is in play, and you see all members kind of duking it out, trying to take this objective. Durza getting a kill onto Sicilian. Fight not over though, as you are seeing Something to Prove trying to rush in for a possible wind-up charge, a wild charge on the way. You do see Dairoth chasing Fat Boy down, Destinata out, but not able to connect, not able to hit the mark, and some towers are falling on the top side as Alice is able to secure a tower with the separation, but Turtle down to about a quarter of HP. You do see Black Dragon going out by Woo, possibly dropping in on the back line. He's gonna go ahead and drop in on Disappointed Retro, but look at Durza kind of fighting it out over there with Ignore this name on the Dairoth, but Fat Boy joining the fight's gonna quickly burst him down, and that will be one member out for the side of Nefarious as Turtle is been reset, and now the zone is in the hands of Excellent Huevo, man. It looks like they may be able to get it as Disappointed Retro forced to retreat. Something to Prove as well. Woo, Kush, and Alfred with the zonage, and that is gonna be Turtle into the hands of Excellent Huevo, man, by Fat Boy with the retribution.
Was it worth it, right, if you're the side of Nefarious for using all those resources, all that utility, and all those, you know, those bodies lost there? I mean, Timmy Turtle, it just wasn't really worth it. Speaking of worth, right, Excellent finding a tower, tier 2 on the bot side, but the damage. A
little bit of a knockup as well. Something Love getting a kill onto Woo, but fight not over. Shaw Essence being procced. Durza getting a kill onto Ignore this name. Down goes Dairoth into the hands of Ruby. A little bit of CC onto Disappointed Retro, bursted down by the Granger over there on Fat Boy, but not enough to take the kill. But speaking of taking, they are going to go for the tier 2 tower, taking that middle turret in the mid lane. Kush in a dangerous position, going to go ahead and get out of this engagement. But man, oh man, the Bat's impact Sicilian is hitting right now, only 8 minutes in, doing some serious damage over there to Granger. And now the side of Excellent Huevo, man, is going to disengage, but they wanted a lot inside of that trade as they took the tier 2 turret for the bottom lane and also the tier 2 turret for the mid lane.
Don't stop there. Talk to me, Weezy. They got the towers up 6K in the gold, up 6 kills on the scoreboard, and up 1-0 in this series. And if they can close out and keep the pace they currently have, they're going to run away with it and go ahead and close out a 2-0 sweep here. Speaking of sweep, in the top side, applying that pressure there, looking to secure this tower.
You do see Electo going down. Kush trying to get some pressure into Ignore this name. Both teams deciding to take the fight again. Durza in a bad situation, though. 4 members of the side of Nefarious trying to clash in and go for the low HP. Durza not able to hit the mark, though. And Durza is going to be able to retreat. Woo, forced to use the Black Dragon. Also going to escape as well. And this is not the fight that Excellent Huevo, man, wants to take. And now the wise decision to disengage.
gonna disengage, but you can't escape the reality of the situation. Excellent Wavo, man, in a great position to try to close out against Nefarious. Can close out barrier there, coming in from this Grog, trying to create some space, but a concealed play potentially coming in from the members of Nefarious.
They are going to try and take out Kush, but that is not the one. You are not him. No, he is him, as we have been seeing today. Not the person you want to use that concealed play on, but look at the separation by Ignore This Name right now. It's going to go ahead and take this tower in the top side. Definitely the wise decision, but speaking of objectives, a trade-off as the side of Excellent Huevo Man takes Lord.
Absolutely, but at this point, that's all you can go for, right? They've been losing these 5v5s, but speaking of 5v5s, Beatrix starting to pick up the pace just a little bit, has that Blade of Despair, just picked up that Malefic Reward for some of that penetration up against that front line from the side of Wavo, man, and Sicilian, right? Has the clock, has the trunch. I would like to see him maybe pick up some of that magic penetration, that Divine Glaive. Looks like he's working on that Ice Queen wand. It's like a mystic container component there, so definitely does look like he's going to work with that Ice Queen wand. So maybe add into some of that slow, like you said, worked pretty well into those melee compositions to be able to zone out. If he can just break away just slightly, it's definitely going to be hard for the side of Wavo, man, to close the gap. Speaking of close the gap, though.
Black Dragon by Wu trying to escape, taking some serious damage, but wait a minute, Destinata connecting by Fatboy, taking out Dairoth. Kush getting a kill on to Grok, down Guz, something to prove, but in the bottom lane, Kush trying to take this inhibitor. Blood Ode going in by Alfred for some zoners over there with the Alice, but currently stunned, and can he escape? Yes, he does, using that Blood Ode at the last minute again to retreat, and man, oh man, are these towers dropping left and right. The top side barely hanging on, and Fatboy, not wasting any time, is going to go ahead and clear these minions and take the last tier 2 tier 2 tower for the side of Nefarious.
Definitely not wasting any time. This is only 11 minutes into the game, Wheezy, and we're seeing some late game products, some late game results from the side of Wavo, man. They are absolutely electrifying and shutting down the side of Nefarious. Speaking of shutdowns here,
You see Clash over there for the inhibitor for the top lane, but wait a minute, Wild Charge connecting, triple knockup, also stacked with Carmilla on the Curse of Blood, and you do see Wu falling in that process. Alpha rushing in with the Blood Ode, but the question is, was that too costly? No, it wasn't able to escape, but again, Kush just taking these inhibitors, similar situation to game 1. You have to pay attention to Kush. Where is Kush? And ladies and gentlemen, not just one inhibitor, he takes 2, dodges the Demir's Passion, uses the Electro to escape the 4-man team of Nefarious.
and I mean, this is ridiculous. He's playing cat and mouse with these boys tonight, getting it done over there in the XP lane. I mean, pay attention, folks. This is a mastery class on how to play the EXP. Kush showing you how to get it done, man. The Acker, man. But speaking of Acker, man, we're seeing Alfred.
Ooh, Raynor able to hit the mark, trapped in by the Guardian's barrier. That is just brutal. That's almost overkill right there for the side of Nefarious. But they got to keep up that tempo. Keep up that synergy if they want to remain in this game 12 minutes in and only have one inhibitor turret for the top lane to defend. And speaking of defend, Clash going in, some serious damage on to the side of Excellent Huevo Man. The Wild Charge connected, but not able to get stunned. You do see Ignore This Name getting a kill on to Granger, though. Down goes Fat Boy. You do see Ignore This Name get a double kill, rushing in, taking out the Black Dragon, jumping on his back. Something to love getting a kill on to Ruby. And ladies and gentlemen, that's going to leave Kush by himself against the full team of Nefarious. What a turnaround. This is exactly what they needed to kind of take some real estate on the map and turn this tide around. But wait, they're out for blood. Ignore This Name once the Maniac. He is going to go in and chase Kush. But like we said, Kush is not the one you want to chase. Just focus on the objectives. And down goes the mid tower in the mid lane.
And they're getting it done. And we're seeing some of the love come alive right now with those running shots. I mean, Lord have mercy. The damage he put on that Alfred on that ad was no time at all to enjoy that Blood Ode. Speaking of nothing to enjoy here, we're seeing a collapse potentially.
What does it take to take out Kush? 3 members of Nefarious. Can they do it? Yes, they can. Something to love. The American Sniper pulling out Nimaru, pulling out that submachine gun and the Guardian's barrier as well by some to prove to lock him in. A little bit of love, a little bit of proof is all you need to take down Kush. But it's just watching Kush's gameplay so far, man, is on fire. 5-3 and 5 KDA, and it's got me questioning if I want to go with a new plug. Speaking of plugs, though, Fat Boy taking out Dairoth. Oh my goodness, these marksmen are on fire today. And look at the Lord, quickly bursted down by the side of Excellent Huevo Man. And now something to prove is given a little bit of vision on Grok Bloodload over there by Alfred. Rushing into the bush for the 3-man immobilization. Black Dragon going in by Wu, realizing this is his time to shine. You do see Rainer's Empathy connecting and taking down Alfred in the process with quick American Sniper. But wait a minute, a triple stun on the side of Nefarious as Durza rushing in as that front line, but the Bat's impact by Sicilian hitting the mark and forcing them on the retreat. Fatboy getting a kill onto Some to Prove, and that is Durza and Fatboy retreating. Some to Prove falling in that process, and man, oh man, these teams are clashing it out right now. 15 to 18, 14 minutes in, we are slowly getting to that late game.
And you can feel it. It's getting dangerous. Weezy, pull up those items, man. We got to see how Nefarious is getting it done with this damage. We spoke on it. Beatrix had that Malefic Roar and that Bladeless Spear last time we checked, but now the Haas Claw and the Hunter Strike being locked in. That boy's almost full build. You can feel it in those Renner shots. Speaking of that Malefic Roar, now Dyroth has picked it up, opting in the all-in for that physical penetration. That might have been the reason why some of the Love's Renner shots have been kind of taking down Alfred, kind of one shot with those Renner empathy. Speaking of one shot here, one chance in this clash in the jungle.
You do see Electa going out by Kush, trying to get a kill, able to connect onto Disappointed Retro, and down he goes. Another kill into the hands of Kush, but wait a minute, Black Dragon dropped down on 2 members of Nefarious. You do see a stun, you do see Granger rushing in, but knocked up by the Wild Charge. But wait a minute, minions are falling left and right, and the full team of Excellent Wavelman is trying to go for a finish, realizing that they are down 1 member. Is this a fight they want to take? Fatboy still in the base is going to decide to disengage with the rest of his team, and no, they are not able to close it out for the side of Excellent Wavelman.
Not able to close it out just yet, but on the brink of it. But like you said, we are in that late game stage, and this could get out of hand very quick for the side of Wave 1. You're facing a Sicilian, you're facing something to level this Beatrix, and we spoke on it. Even through this landslide of a game early on, he's still 4-1-5, so found the way to be able to play this match out without suffering too many losses as far as these deaths. And as this game is dragging on, like you said, with that Sicilian, we're at the 16-minute mark, another 2 minutes or so, and he could definitely be one-shotting these opponents for the side of Wavelman. They're going to have to go ahead and focus up. They're going to have to find the pick-off, find the number advantage ahead of this Lord and Secure. I don't think a 5v5 is what you want. We've seen the counter engages from Nefarious with that Wild Charge and those Cursed Bloodlings following as well to go ahead and add in, finding those 3-man links. And right now, Sicilian, that man's almost full build. He has the Ice Swan. He finally picked up that Divine Glaive, working on his last item, going for full damage. Speaking of damage, though,
Electa going in with the Blood Ode, Kush and Alpha combination. Alpha getting a kill. You do see Kush getting a kill as well. Both of them taking a member down as Some of the Love falls and ignore this name. Fatboy getting a kill to kind of even it out as well. And that is 3 members down for the side of Nefarious. And ladies and gentlemen, that's only going to leave Saf and Some to Prove to defend against the whole team of Excellent Wavelman right now. Maybe possibly not even needing to the Lord to end this out. And yes, they are going to go in for the fight. The CC, the knockup, Wu getting a kill onto Saf. Down goes Sicilian, leaving only Some to Prove by himself against a full team of Excellent Wavelman. And ladies and gentlemen, down he goes, a full wipeout for Nefarious. And not just a wipeout, they have taken the game into the hands of Excellent Wavelman.
Victory!
ooh, what a match. What a series. Weezy, please get me out of here off this victory screen. Let me see those items. Let's see those numbers. We got the MVP falling into Fatboy's hand on the Granger, but I'm not gonna lie, gotta talk about it. The MVP there has to be from Alfred. All game having a hard time taking those Renner shots, not able to find anything. But in the last clash, able to not only find one, but 2 members caught out in a bush to facilitate that engagement. I had just pointed out they needed that early pickoff, that early advantage, and boy, found 2 of them very quick, just off that one play, one teleport. That's all they needed to go ahead and close out that match. Fought hard from the side of Nefarious, but didn't get it done. But let's take a look at these numbers a little more in depth, at these stats, these statistics, to see what kind of led to the victory for Excellent Wavo, man. And oh man, Fatboy coming in 33% team damage. But not only that, also focusing in on these towers, but Kush leading the way in that. With that Benedetta, we've seen him with the mobility, adding in to taking down those turrets. We've seen him make those plays, taking 2 inhibitors while his team was kind of dancing around that fight. So both of these members from the side of Waywoman understood their assignments. Fatboy snowballing, finding the damage. Kush using that mobility, finding those towers, finding that pressure in the lanes, and all of it added into a victory for Excellent Waywoman.
Definitely a very good victory indeed. But wait a minute, we are getting a notification. It seems like I know we gave Alfred the MVP, but it looks like that was actually Cheyenne, Alfred's girl. It says Alfred doesn't play mages, so shout out to Cheyenne. Really good game, a little bit of piloting in its finest. I'm sure Alfred will get it someday. We were slightly impressed with the 1-1, but definitely that one was 100% Cheyenne, as we don't have that high hero pool over there on Alfred just yet. But speaking of the games, definitely impressive nonetheless. And man, the first game was explosive. The second game, I don't even know what to call it, man. That was just like on a whole new level, as if the first one wasn't enough already. And I'm starting to think this might be a super team. Like, if I have any team that I can get the job done, I'm pulling in all 5 members of Excellent Huevo Man to save the day. But speaking of save the day, ladies and gentlemen, that is not the end of today, as we still have a 3rd series on the way. Tang Dynasty versus Only the Squad. So don't go nowhere. Grab some popcorn, get some drinks, maybe get a class by Excellent Huevo Man on some eggs, and we'll see you guys for Series 3.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, Honey Bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Loved you from the first time you called me lame. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah, always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah, with you the summer came and went in a day, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. Woo! When you're miles away, yeah, you can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Yeah. Loved you from the first time you called me lame. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah. Always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah. With you the summer came and went in a day. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. When you're miles away, yeah. You can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, Honey Bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Yeah. Loved you from the first time you called me lame. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah. Always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah. With you the summer came and went in a day. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. Woo! Being in when you're miles away, yeah. You can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. No, never wanna forget. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back into the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and today is Season 1, Week 5, Day 2, Series 3, Match 1. so many numbers, but if you tell me them in order, Rim will give you guys an epic skin for free, but you have to guess it right on the first time. Speaking of first times, we have a match on the way, Series 3 match 1 between two amazing teams. But before that, let's look a little bit of a breakdown on what we've seen today. Elite 10 versus Dark Immortals, Elite 10 with the swift finish, and then we see Nefarious go up against not Dark Immortals but a super team with the excellent Huevo Man. An excellent Huevo Man may be a new team in the making, as they kind of performed way better than I've seen most teams ever do. So I'm excited to see if they possibly do sign up and start competing more regular for the MLSA. But like you said, they are still competing, a super team of individuals on Ackerman, Huevo, and also Excellent Era. But now, to finish off the day, we are in Series 3, and this is Tang Dynasty versus Only the Squad. Excited to see what both of these teams bring to the table, but also at the table, we will be joined by Rim over on the analyst side of things, giving you that on-point breakdown of these items and breakdown of these conditions to win the game for either side. How you doing today, Rim?
I'm doing great. Definitely hyped with these teams and the performances that we've been seeing in the past matches. I'm very much looking forward to see what OTS and Tang Dynasty has in store for us. Looking at the drafts, we do see the side of OTS batting out those heavy crowd control and frontline picks such as the Martis, the Liam Ward, and that Atlas. Looking at the side of Tang Dynasty, though, they did take out Valentina and Joy. Joy, her name needs to change because she's not happy. Like, no hero is gonna be happy being banned 24/7. She's not having fun. She's not being used. She's not given the opportunity to shine and actually flourish in the land of Dawn. But speaking of flourishing, I know this side of OTS, this is like a new, rebuild for them, and they have been flourishing inside of the academy so far. We saw in their first appearance, they were able to take a clean sweep. So they definitely came in and they set the bar and they raised it high. So I'm looking forward to see how Tang Dynasty is gonna, draft against them and execute their draft and see how the match progresses.
Yeah, looking at the progression today so far, it's been some insane matches, especially the last series. And I wonder if we're going to see the same type of tempo from either of these teams competing for Series 3. We do know Five Nights at Freddy's is in the game, and he already locked in that Carmilla, a meta pick at its finest that can be flexed into the jungle, the roam, the XP lane, that Curse of Blood able to stack multiple members together and chain the damage. And also Five Nights at Freddy's, for those who don't know, that is Coach Deku, who you guys kind of previously heard in Series 2 casting on the play-by-play, and also some of the analysts as well. So I really want to see what he brings to the table of their Only the Squad. A little bit of a story on them. It was a team I actually created from scratch back in the day. It was my first professional team ever. Joined by a lot of amazing members who aren't currently on there anymore, but the legacy still lives on. We were able to get to top 32, and now to see a new team in play, I'm excited to see how the new revamped OTS is going to work out, kind of spearheaded over there by Deku. But speaking about spearheading, speaking about futures, we are looking at the draft fold before our eyes. We're seeing Lucky Buck take in that Clint, one of those marksers that scale through time, and is definitely a direct counter for a Beatrix pickup. And speaking of Beatrix, not even worried about it at all. Kirito, a little bit of Sword Art Online nostalgia right there, is going to go ahead and lock that in. And then Foop, something that we've seen often, possibly picking in this Lapu.
Absolutely, and Foop has been one of those EXP laners in the academy that's definitely been making a name for himself. Oh, but speaking of making a name, Brazilian Saucer actually getting swapped with the Diggy pick, which is an amazing draft from the side of OTS. They have the Akai on the side of Tang Dynasty right now, right? So they could have potentially picked up that Diggy or picked another hero that would complement their draft and banned out the Diggy, right? But the side of OTS picking up that Diggy just secures the anti-engage that's going to come from the side of Tang Dynasty here. And also because we do know that Time Journey is one of Carmilla's, with that links, it's one of her greatest counters, because he can just, you know, cleanse that and make her useless. And that's one of the things when you lock a Carmilla, that's what you're slotting her for, essentially, the utility and the, you know, control potential that's going to come out from that ultimate. Speaking of crowd control potential, Time Dynasty locking in this Esmeralda, she, you know, which is a great pickup when you lock in someone like the Diggy. That's a lot of shield for her to be able to absorb and be able to poke and, you know, just be an annoyance. So it's a really good first half on the draft. I will say I'm a little in favor of the side of Tang Dynasty a little more, because they do have that heavy frontline presence. Even though Brazilian Sauce does have that Diggy, they still have the ability to, you know, kind of kite around the picks of OTS right now. And Lucky Buck on that Clint, we do know he has insane range, and the damage that he's able to output into, you know, these team fights and onto other heroes from a safe distance, mind you, is pretty high. So I'm definitely leaving it in forward of Time Dynasty's draft so far.
Now, looking at the draft, when Atlas was banned out first pick on the side of OTS, and then they decided to slot in that Diggy to kind of negate Sanji over there with that Akai and the heavy spin, in theory, I feel like it can work, but there's a problem that I kind of see with this draft, right? There's still 2 picks on the board, and Akai can easily be slotted into the jungle. And the problem with an Adigi is the same kind of problem with a Franco. That time journey can only be used once, and if you find some heroes that can overly pressure him to kind of bait it out, it's going to kind of make that Diggy useless. And if all the side of Tang Dynasty has to really do is possibly lock in somebody with additional CC, I would have expected instead of Esmeralda possibly picking up a Ruby. Would have definitely got that job done a little bit better. But Esmeralda, not the worst, has a little bit of CC in her kit with that Falling Star Moon. Also has the sustainability to be able to cut and provide those neutral objectives for your team. But one thing they do need is another hero with CC. I'll be willing to bet either they go a jungler with some CC in his kit, or they lock in Sanji for the jungle and then lock in one more roam. Maybe even the Ruby would be a very valid pick. A Ruby, roam, and Sanji over there on the jungle with this Akai can definitely get the job done. Looking at the side of OTS, though, they got some damage. They have Kirito over on that Beatrix, a marksman that kind of scales from early to late game. Stacked up against Clint, though, the direct counter, which means he's going to have to play a little bit safer. But that is one of the things that a Beatrix can do, especially with the variety of weapon pool she has to choose from, using that Rainer, that sniper rifle to kind of fight from afar. But speaking about fighting up close, the XP laner has showed his card, and Foop is going to go ahead and lock in that Lapu Lapu, that jungle warrior, the Justice Blades, the bravest fighter is going to be inside of the land of Dawn today. And one thing that Lapu Lapu provides is a lot of sustainability and a lot of burst potential in his kit. So you are going to have to be careful, but you are jumping up against that Esmeralda, who has a fun time around heroes that kind of have shield. And that is one of the things that Lapu Lapu provides, is shield. So I'm really interested to see how this kind of plays out in the dance of the XP lane. But to finalize the draft for the side of only the squad, they're going to go ahead and guarantee some early game damage and also some late burst potential over there by locking in Lunox on Cant Mage.
Absolutely, and I think that's a solid draft pick for the side of OTS there. Speaking of a solid pick, Tang Dynasty locking in that Fanny in their final position so far. And we do know she's one of those heroes that can definitely be a major impact in the game. And the side of OTS, they don't really have anything that can kind of like stop her in terms of like knock her down or suppress her, you know? So it's definitely a good pick, and it's great that they drafted her in last and they flexed the Akai earlier in the draft phase. Now I want to ask you, Weezy, which team, bias aside, I do know you have a lot of history and ties for the side of OTS, but which draft are you leaning in favor of right now?
Well, I'm going to tell you one thing. This is the only time you'll ever hear me say I'm voting into the favor of Jeffrey Dahmer over there on Fanny. The reason, like you said, is they have nothing to counter him. So Fanny's going to rush in with those blades, the cutthroat. And what are you going to use to stop him? You have no hard CC on the side of OTS. You have a Diggy, you know, maybe able to use some bombs, maybe use the time journey, but that's not going to stop Fanny at all from going in. And not only that, but Diggy's one of those squishier heroes who has to kind of play from afar. Diggy's not really the front line type of roam, but more of a, hey, let me play from afar, use that time journey when needed to negate CC. So having that squishy support is definitely something that Fanny's going to look forward to rushing in on. Not only that, but focusing on Kirito on the gold lane may be a possibility as well. Kirito already at a disadvantage going up against that Clint. And to stack it up with a Fanny as well, it's going to be a hard time. But I love the way OTS is playing right now, right? They realize that they have that advantage in the gold lane, and Brazilian Sauce is not going to waste any time. He's going exactly to that gold lane to even out the playing field, making that 2v1 situation make Lucky Buck over there on the Clint uncomfortable. And this is what you have to do if you want to win this lane. And you're already seeing Beatrix able to use that weapon pool to kind of strip that gold off that tower. But Brazilian Sauce, again, what we talked about, very squishy. Jeffrey Dahmer rushing in is going to go ahead and take him down for first blood 1 minute into this game. And this might be the whole story that we see in the early game. Already 1 kill 1 minute in. And if Fanny keeps up that pace, which I don't see any way to contest it, we're going to see a possibly early finish from the side of Tang Dynasty.
Absolutely. But the thing is, though, I'm very confident with OTS. They usually have an answer. And when you look at who they have on their team right now, they have the one and only Coach Deco, and we do know he has a lot of insight and knowledge. And usually when he allows some of these picks to come through, they usually have an answer and a response to it. So I'm definitely I'm looking forward to seeing how the side of OTS is going to, turn this game around. They do have the Beatrix, which we all know she has so much damage and outplay potential in terms of the weapons that she has at her disposal. Speaking of outplay potentials and damage, we have Cat Mage on the Lunox, which is perfect for burst. Speaking of burst,
Juicy Brazilian Sauce getting a kill, able to find a way to Sushi, and that is 1 for 1 on the board so far. Both teams tied up, and now Turtle is in play, and looking like OTS having the zonage, but a backdoor retribution possibly on the way with a heavy spin on Sanji. Oh wait, Sanji doesn't have retribution. Sanji is the roam, and Fanny has that retri and decides to go for that blue buff instead. Not the worst decision, but now it's like, where do you go from here? Needing to wait for that Beatrix to be caught off guard for a possible cutthroat.
absolutely, and that's kind of what you have to do as Fanny, right? You just have to be patient, and like you said, when the minions can see you, the enemy team can see you as well, and you kind of just have to wait for that one person to be out of position or to be so focused on something else that you can just dive in and catch them off guard. Speaking of focus, looking at these items, we do see a lot of early game components being built in terms of getting that first core item. We do see Lapu Lapu going for the damage and potentially building in for that early game physical penetration, aside from probably slotting in that dominance ice to probably help him lane against this Esmeralda. But maybe he's confident in Lapu's damage and default sustainability. So I like what I'm seeing so far. We do see Kagura and Lunox. They have the Elegant Gem, and I always give that item so much praise because it's such a clutch item component to have on mages, especially in clashes. And speaking of clashes,
You are seeing Jeffrey rush in and take out Beatrix again, and this is what we're kind of saying. Nothing to directly contest a Fanny from rushing in to secure those kills on those backline heroes. But speaking of security, Sanji, a little bit of an overcommitment with the heavy spin, caught by Can't Mage over there on that Lunox and quickly burst it down. Speaking of burst, Lunox going in for a second kill. Lucky Buck in a bad situation. Can he escape? No, he can't. As Five Nights at Freddy's Coach Deku rushes in on that Carmilla to secure that kill into the hands of only the squad. But speaking of security, you are seeing a little bit of a contest by Foop trying to steal the blue buff from Jeffrey, but not able to. And now Jeffrey having the advantage, maybe on the way for another possible pick off as Sushi trying to hold this lane off from Kirito over there with that beautiful M4 skin on Beatrix.
speaking of some beautiful things happening down at the XP lane, we see both EXP laners playing their lane very, very beautifully. Each of them on the opposite side, getting those minions proxied to set their team up for this turtle fight here. And I like what I'm seeing so far. Both teams kind of taking it slow. They're not forcing anything, and they're trying their best to just respond and be reactionary to the engages that the opposite team is making. And speaking of engages here.
Speaking of engagements, we do see both teams fighting over this turtle. Heavy spin over there by Sanji, but you still have a time journey by Diggy, which has been activated to negate the CC. Can't Mage getting a kill onto Sanji. Five Nights at Freddy able to hit the Retribution, taking the turtle, and Jeffrey getting a kill onto Diggy. Down goes that Rome, but Kirito answering back. Is going to go ahead and take down Fanny, clipping the wings off of that fly, stripping the cables off of that assassin. Speaking of stripping, though, in the top lane, Lucky Buck is going to go ahead and take that first tier 3 tower.
Absolutely, and that's what you like to see. They don't just give up an objective for free. They did were able to secure a trade on the opposite side of the map. Speaking of things getting secured, looking at these items, we did see Bloodless Axe being picked up from Lapu Lapu, which is definitely going to help some sustain. Speaking of sustain, Cat Mage was not able to sustain that gank coming from the side of Tank Dynasty, though. Beatrix picking up that Demon Hunter sword, definitely going to help her shred through, you know, the heavy frontline presence that the side of Tank Dynasty has. We do see Esmeralda with that magic cooldown, which is definitely going to help her, you know, dance around the map a little more. And Kagura building in her Clock of Destiny, definitely going to help secure that early game damage and sustainability. So I like what I'm seeing so far. Both teams definitely, I know we said we don't really see an answer for that Fanny. However, that last team fight, it made me realize that maybe OTS does have an answer for her. When Diggy pops that time journey, she actually, I don't think she regens as much energy while it's active. So that's something to keep in mind as well.
Yeah, definitely something to keep in mind, but mind the middle lane as Fanny rushing into the mid-river. A lot of ultimates being popped out. Big Zeus able to get a kill over on Diggy. Gonna go ahead and use that Falling Star Moon in that process. And 5-5 right now on the board. Both teams even a kill, but look at the gold lane. It's Lucky Buck having an easier time stripping down these towers with no contest, as you are seeing Kirito in the mid lane trying to take down this Fanny. Can he do it? Has the rocket launcher out, though. Fanny unable to hit the mark on these cables, but take a look at Fanny so far. We know Fanny's one of those heroes that pays the early game. Oh my goodness! Hitting the face with a rocket launcher. Not the scene I expected to see right there, but all right, let's not take a look at Fanny. Let's take a look at Kirito on this Beatrix. Now 2-1-1 is gonna go ahead and burst down this turtle as they have taken down the jungler in a huge objective in play by the side of only the squad.
Exactly. And speaking of objectives in play, looking at Foop, I just want to give him some spotlight. We saw him cutting that lane, and now he's in the perfect position at this blue buff. And the side of OTS, they're playing this smart. They know they have what it takes to take this fight and contest this buff here.
Speaking of contest, Fanny again not able to hit the mark on the cable, still needing to get that blue buff as well. Esmeralda rushing in on the Falling Star Moon, time journey being activated as well. Tower falling in the top side too, Clint, but Foop able to get a kill onto Sanji in the process. A double kill taking out Sushi, down goes Kagura, fighting out over though as Lunox trying to burst down this Esmeralda. 3v1 situation, no Kirito joining the fight. Esmeralda getting a kill onto Brazilian Sauce, down goes Diggy, but in a response, down goes Big Zeus into the hands of Kirito, using the Mirror's Passion to go ahead and clear these minions, possibly take this tier 3 tower for the mid lane with Lucky Buck and Jeffrey to defend it. Wait a minute, Jeffrey's gonna go back and leave Buck hanging, and down goes the tower, the tier 3 turret for the mid lane into the hands of only the squad.
Speaking of things going into the hands of only the squad, Fatty actually losing out on that blue buff as Five Nights at Freddy's was able to secure the steal. Speaking of things being secured, Beatrix already building 2 of her core items, definitely going to help her, and she's sitting pretty decent right now with that tree 1 and tree KDA. Speaking of things being sit decent, Lapu Lapu locking in that Malefic Roar, definitely going to help him in terms of damage, plus he has his sustainability coming in from that Bloodless Axe. Speaking of things coming in, Clint locking in that Blade of Despair as well as Endless Battle, definitely going to help him get a spike in terms of that damage. Speaking of damage spikes, though, looking at Lunox, already has that Clock of Destiny and Lightning Truncheon, definitely going to help her burst these heavy frontline compositions that the side of Tan Dynasty has so far.
Speaking of positioning, you are seeing the bottom tower fall into the hands of OTS over there by Beatrix, and that is the first tower they have taken so far outside of the mid lane, and now that is going to allow some pressure on the map, and now only the squad is kind of leading this dance. Foop also taking a tower on the top side now, is going to rush in with the Brave Fighter, but wait, Fanny rushing in with the Cutthroat, and Clint going to go ahead and execute him with the Grenade Bombardment. Down goes Foop in the XP lane, but at least he won something off of that trade, and that was that tier 3 tower. But speaking of towers, speaking of engagements, let's look at the mid lane as both teams kind of fighting it out, a 4v4 situation, and the question is who will prevail, as they are almost even in gold, but only the squad up by 1,000. 10 minutes in, 9-7. Lord has spawned in as well, and it looks like the zonage is going to go into the favor of Tang Dynasty, but look like only the squad is going to find a backdoor play into this Lord. You do see a triple knock up, and oh my goodness, Kirito getting a kill on the big Zeus, and also taking out Lucky Buck. A triple kill takes down Zeus, and Jeffrey rushing in, going to go ahead and take a tower on the bottom side, but nobody to contest this Lord, and it goes into the hands of only the squad.
Okay, so that Lord was definitely on the side of OTS before they even secured it, because did you see that triple knockup with that Lynx as well? That was such a combo coming from the side of OTS and that Lord. Even though it's not enhanced, he definitely picked favorites there, and it showed, because the side of OTS was able to secure that Lord, as we saw, getting Beatrix that triple kill in the instant replay there. So that was a beautiful team fight.
It looked like Lord had a fatal Lynx. Yo, Lord has fatal Lynx. Oh my goodness, that's definitely one for the books right there. Definitely using Lord to its finest potential. But speaking of potential, Kirito taking down the tier 2 tower for the mid lane. Lord gonna go ahead and crash into this inhibitor, but bursted down by Lucky Buck on this Clint. And now OTS, exactly where they want to be right now, was able to turn this tide into their favor. Is gonna go ahead and start taking these buffs, claiming this real estate on the map, but not possibly pushing in the towers unless they're gonna go for this tier 2 on the bottom side and the top side. That is still some objectives they need, so not really necessarily having to freeze the lanes. But the later this game goes, we're going to start seeing Jeffrey have a harder time on this Fanny. He was 3-0-0 in the beginning of this game, but now 3-2-2. 11 minutes in, haven't really seen him get online after that. And the beefier these compositions get, the later the game gets, the harder it's going to be for Fanny to be a pivotal factor in these engagements.
Exactly. And speaking of pivotal factors, look at Beatrix's attack speed right now with that rocket launcher. She's just shredding. Looking at these items, we do see her lacking in 4 of her core items, and she's really stacking that attack speed route, which is something that I've not seen as commonly, but it's definitely impactful. And her KDA and gold, she's 9k gold. She has the most gold in the game right now. Speaking of having stuff in the game, Fanny falling off, and it's already, we're now entering that mid to late game, and as we saw her time, she did shine when she was supposed to in that early game, but as the match progresses and as these items are continued to be picked up, she's definitely going to have a harder time being impactful in this game.
Yeah, as the game progresses, almost 13 minutes in, we are slowly trickling from that mid to late game, and the question is who will win it out. You are seeing Kirito on that Beatrix, that marksman who scales over time. Speaking of time, speaking of scaling, heavy spin procced over there by Sanji as a means of escape, and they're going to go ahead and take that blue buff, which is something Fanny kind of depends on for their energy, and that's going to require a lot more recalling for a possible cable play. Speaking of plays, though, you do see Lucky Buck and Sushi trying to defend that tier 2 tower on the top side, but wait a minute, Kirito has other plans. Going to burst them down with that attack speed on that rocket launcher right now, and I love how you kind of talked about his build. This is something new on Beatrix, right? The way they're building her now, getting that additional attack speed is insane, even with the rocket launcher literally looking like a torpedo out there. But speaking of objectives, speaking of plays, Jeffrey wasting no time. Even though he can't get the kills with Fanny, he can take these towers with that mobility, with those cables to split push, and I love what I'm seeing right now. Speaking of seeing, though, Camp Mage getting a kill onto Sushi, can still play in its finest on the move, trying to take out Camp Mage, in response for taking out their mage, and can they do it? Yes, they can! Sanjay getting a kill onto Camp Mage, down goes Lunox. Brazilian Saj joining the fight a little too late, but there goes Foop with a possible backdoor Brave Fighter. Not able to hit the mark. Gonna go ahead and use those Justice Blades, get some chip damage. But man, oh man, these objectives are falling into the hands of only the squad, as you are seeing Coach Deku pick up that Lord.
Absolutely. And that the side of OTS, I know we were a little concerned that they had no one to stop this Fanny, but as we saw, they definitely had an answer for her. Even though they didn't answer the pick in their draft, their play style right now is definitely getting the job done, shutting her down, making sure she's not able to secure these blue buffs, giving her a harder time in these engages and fights here.
Speaking of fights, you did see Fanny try and rush it and take out Beatrix. Not able to hit the mark, but Beatrix wasting that flicker, which means she's not going to have any means of escape if Fanny comes back in for another play. And speaking of coming back in, there we go. We do see it. Kind of pulled back in by Diggy as well. And this is that late game Fanny that we were talking about, having a hard time coming online. Speaking of online, Lord crashing into that inhibitor. Down it goes, leaving only 2 for the top and the bottom side into the hands of Tang Dynasty, fighting the full team of Only the Squad, going for this 15-minute finish, but can they do it as Lord has crashed into the Nexus and is quickly bursted down by Tang Dynasty, but the tower on the top side, the inhibitor, has fallen into the hands of Only the Squad. But speaking of fallen, Kirito getting a kill onto Sanji. Down goes the Akai, the roam for Tang Dynasty right now, and OTS still maintaining that pressure, is going to quickly try and burst down this Fanny. Immortality being procced as well. Can he get the kill? Numir's Passion, it has hit the mark, and down he goes. Cat Mage getting a kill on to Fanny in that engagement, but Falling Star Moon by Esmeralda trying to get a pick off. You do see Cat Mage taking out Lucky Buck. That is 3 members down for the side of Tang Dynasty right now. Only Big Zeus and Sushi, Esmeralda, and Kagura to defend against 4 of Only the Squad. The Marshman, the Mage, the Roam, and also the Jungler. Pay attention to the Nexus, though. Time Journey being procced. You do see Kirito able to secure a kill on Sushi. Big Zeus getting a kill on Beatrix. Cat Mage getting a kill on the Big Zeus. 1-for-1 trades all across the board, left and right for both teams. But Sanji is back in play. He does have heavy spin. He will be able to possibly contest these minions from coming in. You are seeing Cat Mage barely any HP, not the engagement you want to take. There goes that heavy spin we were talking about. It's going to go ahead and try and stop these minions from crashing into the Nexus. And now Jeffrey spawning in as well will give a little bit of aid to defend the side of Tang Dynasty's Nexus.
Speaking of things to aid their defense, looking at these items coming in on the side of Tang Dynasty, Clint, he's definitely starting to scale, and you can feel that it's entering that late game in the map. Esmeralda picking up her full build. She definitely is going to be very present in these upcoming team fights. Kagura already starting to burst. She does have her 3 core items, possibly going to build in to that Holy Crystal next. Speaking of items though, Beatrix, Kirito, 9, 2, and 7 being full build, secured that Wind of Nature for that Fanny, as she knows that Fanny's only, that's her one target right now. And we did see that happen when she got taken down. The side of OTS could not end the game though, even though they had the minions on their side. Speaking of things being on the side though,
you do see the engagements going down, but Lord into the hands of Only the Squad. And now, with the side of Tang Dynasty not having any towers in their defense, all inhibitors have been stripped off of the map. All they have to do is sync the lanes for a possible finish, and we are seeing Lord on the way already, not wasting any time. OTS needs to kind of focus on lane prioritization. Speaking of prioritization, though, Foot brushing in with the flicker. Brave Fighter trying to get a kill. Cat Mage taking out Jeffrey on the bottom side, though, but a 4v1 situation may be costly. Petrify hitting Foop, and down he goes to Big Zeus on the Esmeralda, which means the XP lane was not properly synced for this engagement. They are down 1 member for this clash, but they were able to take out Fanny in the process to even out the scoreboard. But now let's look at the Nexus, as Lord has made his way into it. Minions from the top side as well. Both teams engaging. Lucky Buck taking out Kirito. Clint taking out that marksman, the direct counter, and down goes Kirito into the hands of Lucky Buck. And a wise decision from the side of OTS to disengage, realizing our marksman is down, our fighter is down, and they just have the numbers and we don't. And that is an excellent defense for the side of Tang Dynasty.
Absolutely. And I like that Tang Dynasty notices who the main target is, and they're taking out Kirito, because realistically speaking, if we look at the build that she opted in for, that attack speed, definitely if she is alive for these base pushes, it's very much in the favor of OTS to be able to push and end this game. Speaking of things being pushed, Lunox, Cat Mage, being full build, she has the burst, she has the magical penetration, and looking at the side of Tang Dynasty, we don't see much magic resist, but Fanny, proving me wrong and picking up that Athena shield as I was speaking about the magic defense. So we do see them being a little counter active in terms of itemizations being picked up, which is what you want to see. And as long as they can keep these defenses and try to take out that Beatrix, then team fights will definitely go in their favor. Speaking of team fights,
You do see heavy spin by Kai trying to peel off the team of only the squad for a finish. Unstoppable over there as Lunox gets a kill onto Big Zeus, but fight not over as Brazilian Sauce is going to go ahead and take out Sushi. 2 members down for the sake of Tang Dynasty, and they are going to try and go for this finish. You spoke about it. You're trying to manifest it into existence with Kirito kind of spamming up those recalls. He has that attack speed in his favor. Fanny rushing in with the cables, though. Lucky Buck getting a shutdown, takes out the mage. You do see a double kill over there by Lucky Buck as well. Down goes Five Nights at Freddy's, and now Brazilian Sauce and Kirito on the retreat, but watch the rocket launcher, watch the attack speed. He is going to try and get a kill, but unable to hit the mark. And they're going to go ahead and get some additional HP, and now Tank Dynasty has done it yet again. A solid defense for this Nexus push.
absolutely, and they definitely are in the favor to get this Lord here. They have the numbers. We do see Brazilian Sauce wasting that time journey, and Carito is now on the run, so they definitely have what it takes to be able to secure this Luminous Lord.
Looks like that is exactly what they're going to do, but Foop having other plans, realizing he is the frontline defense, is going to go in and try to take out the marksman, but the Flicker with the 1 HP has other plans. Look at the Lord, though. You do see Jeffrey in play. Kirito with that attack speed. Beatrix going to quickly try and burst it down, but no, going to go ahead and let it reset. They realize they need to let Five Nights at Freddy's join this engagement with that retribution, as you do not want to take this fight yet until your team is in position. But man, oh man, the dance is in full effect. Both teams battling over custody of this Luminous Lord right now, and I'm wondering which way it will lean toward.
I mean, as we saw at the first one, that triple knockup set. So the Lord is definitely favoring the side of OTS. And we do see Camp Mage on the Lunox. We know that second skill deals HP-based percentage damage. So she's definitely going to help them shred this Lord and potentially secure it without any contest coming out from the side of Tang Dynasty here.
Speaking of Tank Dynasty, though, Five Nights at Freddy's going to go ahead and take that Lord while these teams are clashing it out. Jeffrey getting a clearance on the bottom line. A mega kill. 2 members down. One on each. Actually, no, 1 member down is down goes Kirito. Now 2 members, as you are seeing Lucky Buck on fire. Not only takes out the marksman, but takes out the fighter. Now you're wondering, was this Lord worth it for the side of only the squad, as they have the numbers in terms of team advantage for a possible ending. Falling Star Moon by Esmeralda going in. They are going to go for this tier 2 tower. Fanny joining the fight as well. And down goes the tier 2 turret for the mid lane, but they are not done there. They're going for this inhibitor. Can they get it? Diggy gonna get a pull back over there onto Fanny, but wait a minute. Lord has joined the fight to try and even out the numbers, and it looks like it is working into the favor of only the squad, as you are seeing the side of Tank Dynasty push out more into that mid lane from that Nexus, but there is no contest to stop them from clearing this neutral objective. The team of Tank Dynasty, we've seen them with their backs against the wall 2 times against the side of only the squad, trying to get this finish and not able to hit the mark, and now a 3rd time. Is this the 3rd Luminous Lord that the side of Tank Dynasty is able to burst down? You have to find a way to close out these games on the side of only the squad, or you're gonna get a epic comeback into the hands of Tank Dynasty.
And speaking of things going into their hands, they definitely are playing this game pretty well. They have to continue to get these single member pickoffs. Find a member of OTS being out of position and pick them off. Speaking of things being picked off, everyone pretty stacked in terms of build. We're seeing the magic potions being picked up on various members now to help aid from the effects of these items. We do see, again, 2 mages online with the full burst and magic penetration route. We do see Diggy going the more defensive route with the enchanted talisman to add to that poke and vision and sustain that he'll be able to help his team with. Speaking of help,
Do you see a possible
Lucky
clash?
on this Clint.
Clint trying to join the fight. Kai almost got pulled in by Diggy. Definitely a tricky engagement. Man, oh man. Backs are against the wall right now, Rim. Who are you voting for?
I don't know. Lucky is really, he's popping off. He had a rough start in the early game, but his damage is definitely helping keep his team alive now. And in fact, speaking of their team being kept alive, they have gained the gold advantage in the map right now. So I'm definitely leaning in favor of the side of Tang Dynasty, only because they're defending and they're finding these pickouts. They're aiming for, these important members. And Fanny is split pushing in these lanes, helping keep it proxy. So she's still finding use somewhere else on the map.
An excellent point indeed. And that's the thing about Fanny. You fell off late game, and instead of trying to play safe, Fanny using every utility in her kit to the finest, performance. You are seeing her kind of split push these towers when nobody is paying attention. Look at the Lord play right now. You are seeing Beatrix Kirito trying to burst it down, but wait a minute. Decided to take Dynasty, trying to wrap around. Kirito able to get it, though, faster than a trigger finger on the Retribution. But speaking of trigger fingers, Kirito unable to hit the mark with that rocket launcher, and Lord is into the hands of OTS. This is what they needed to kind of turn this game back around in their favor again. But this is the 4th Luminous Lord that OTS has landed. No Lords have worked into the favor of Tank Dynasty, and the question is, will this one be the final one? Can the side of Only the Squad close this out, as they are not sinking the lanes? And again, this is what we said. You have to have a plan for these neutral objectives. If you don't sink the lanes, yes, Lord is stronger when you guys clash upon it, but without having minions at your disposal, you're going to allow Fanny to kind of split push again, and you're going to have to work against pushing in this Nexus with only one lane of minions and a Lord, and I don't think they have the utility in their kit to do it, as you do see Big Zeus rushing in with the Falling Star Moon, already using a lot of ultimates for the side of Only the Squad to try and burst him down. And look at the Lord already quickly made into dust, and down it goes. Fanny joining the fight as well. You do see Immortality procced on Foop. Jeffrey getting a kill onto Cat Mage. Cat Mage getting a kill onto Big Zeus. Down goes the fighter for the side of Tang Dynasty, but the Mage on the side of Only the Squad, a monster kill, as you are seeing Lucky Buck getting a pick off, a double kill, taking out Brazilian Sauce. Not only him, but taking out Foop in that trade, leaving only Kirito and Five Nights at Freddy's to defend. And there's 4 members still on the board again from the side of Tank Dynasty, and this is the 4th Luminous Lord that they have contested.
And that's what you like to see, right? They have an answer for everything that's being thrown at them right now. And looking at these deck timers here, I don't know if Only the Squad is going to be able to stop the pressure that Tang Dynasty is looking to apply here.
Yeah, definitely a lot of pressure on the board as they realize that kill counter is a lot to deal with for Only the Squad, with 3 members down, only 2 members to defend. Kirito barely able to hang in there. And look at the Nexus quickly getting bursted down 26 minutes in. And ladies and gentlemen, a kill was taken as well. And down goes Kirito. Not only Kirito, down goes the Nexus. And ladies and gentlemen, we have seen Tank Dynasty take game 1.
Absolutely beautiful game played on both sides. It was a pretty even matchup. I'm not going to complain about anything. I think both teams, even though they had certain advantages and disadvantages, they were all able to get something else on the opposite side of the map, make a trade, get a tower. So nothing went unpunished. Speaking of things not going unpunished, though, when you let Lucky come online with this Clint, and I was hyping it up in the draft, I did say he has the ability to deal so much damage from a safe distance. As we saw, no one from the side of OTS could really, get into that backline. Yes, they had the anti-engage, they had the burst potential from the frontline presence that the side of Tank Dynasty had, but they didn't really have anyone that could, dive and get to Lucky. And we saw that. And looking at the statistics here, we did see the overall team fight participation coming from the side of OTS is very, very high. Each member was as impactful. Even though he was not there for most of the team fights, he was still being able to, counteract Fanny when he, tried to get those split pushes on the map. But it was a beautiful team fight. But overall, when you let a team get an advantage and you make these mistakes, right? Looking at what happened during these Luminous Lords, someone always fell on the side of OTS, and Tang Dynasty capitalized off of that, and essentially that's what was able to win them the game.
Definitely winning the game indeed, but not winning the series, as there is one more match on the way, or possibly 2, and that's going to be into the hands of Only the Squad. I gotta say, looking at that match, you gotta find a way to capitalize on these neutral objectives. Only the Squad able to win a lot of real estate, but to lose 4 Luminous Lord pushes definitely says the problem is sinkage of lanes. If they can master that, and this is an issue that I had back in the day when I was first coaching only the squad, my original squad, not the revamp version, was having a plan for these Luminous Lord pushes. If you don't sync those lanes, you're giving free access for the enemy team to just focus solely on that Lord, burst it down with only 3 minions behind it. But if you add the 3 minions on the bottom lane, the 3 minions on the top lane, all crashing into the Nexus, that is a lot more for the team to deal with, especially with no inhibitors in their Nexus. So good game over there by Tank Dynasty. Really good defense. Not the easiest to pull off. The only other team I've really seen pull that type of feat off was Wavo. And now seeing another team with shields just as strong, if not even stronger, definitely has our blood rushing in at the Land of the Dawn. But speaking of the Land of the Dawn, like we said, this is just one battle inside of the series, as these teams are right back at it for another one. And the question is only the squad going to be able to close it out for game 2 and even out the scoreboard for a third match? Or are we going to see Tank Dynasty, that strong shield that we've seen them kind of hold up in the late game, prevail and take the sweep? Find out here momentarily. Get some drinks, get some popcorn. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with you guys for game 2.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Loved you from the first time you called me lame. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah, always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah, with you the summer came and went in a day, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. Woo! Feel it when you're miles away, yeah. You can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me aside. Oh, no, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, never, never wanna forget. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and today is Season 1, Week 5, Day 2, Series 3, Match 2. Oh my goodness, that was a tongue twister, but I was able to get it all out just in time. Speaking of in time, we got two amazing teams competing their way through the third series. We are looking at Only the Squad versus Tang Dynasty. And also, speaking of insane, speaking of time, speaking about these games, I am joined by the on-point analysis, Rim, stepping in to give us this special gameplay, these item breakdowns. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm definitely hyped coming off of the momentum that we saw from these two teams in the game before. Currently in the favor of Tang Dynasty, as they did win the previous game, but I'm confident that Only the Squad would be able to have a response, and I love to see it. Looking at the draft, we already saw that response, banning that Clint, not allowing Lucky to be able to just dish out damage just because, they have no one that's going to be able to get to the backline there. So I'm loving what I'm seeing from the side of OTS right now. Speaking of what I'm seeing, Valentina and Joy, again, being banned off. Kind of like some comfort bans coming from the side of Tang Dynasty, even though, usual standard bans still pretty strong. Speaking of a strong ban, Leomord being taken out from the side of OTS. Now, I'm looking forward to seeing what OTS has in store. I know they're one of those teams, they are able to, understand the mistakes from the previous games and correct them in the games moving forward. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this game is going to progress.
Yeah, speaking of progress, that Leomord ban, definitely strong pick for the side of OTS, but I'm kind of scratching my head on this Clint. When you ban that out, you're allowing a lot more meta on the table, especially when first pick is going to be more for the side of Tang Dynasty. Joy being taken off the table, Diggy as well. Atlas is a direct response to that Diggy. Wise decision from OTS. But now that's going to leave some other picks on the board. We may see a possible Kai be slotted in from either side. But before that, let's go ahead and take a look at some of this meta that slid through the first phase for bans. You do know Carmilla is in there. Martis 3000 Worlds is in there. Faramis is in there. Valentina was taken out. So like I said, when you ban out that Clint, you allow this to happen. And then when you ban out a Diggy for first pick and force that Atlas to be banned, even more picks are on the board. You are seeing Big Zeus lock in that Carmilla. And now, there we go. We spoke about it. We said it, manifested it into reality as we are seeing Five Nights at Freddy's take up that Akai. And this is a smart decision. I'm going to tell you why, right? You take out that Diggy. Diggy has a time journey to kind of stop him from shining. You take out that Atlas as a direct response because you thought they were going to pick up Atlas when they took out the Diggy. So you lock in that Akai, a hero that is a flex pick that can be used in the jungle, can be used in the XP lane, can be used as a roam. And I just love the thought process behind him and what he can bring to a composition as you progress through the draft. Wondering where they're going to go from here, though, as Big Zeus did lock in that Carmilla, and that's a strong pick. And wait a minute. Martis is still on the board, and he was not picked up from the side of OTS. And now I'm really wondering, what is the plan? I would have slotted it. I would have put probably Franco or Akai in the roam position and took up the Martis, but Foop, not wasting any time, is going to go ahead and lock in that Yuzong, something we've seen a little more often than not. But when you do that, it's like a game of chess. You allow another power move for the side of Tang Dynasty, the team who already has one win in their favor, kind of hovering over that Martis. But wait, are they going to go in for that Hayabusa? No, they don't. 3,000 Worlds is in full effect, and it looks like he's going to try and take another world in the making, as they already have one win and they only need one more to take this series against only the squad.
Absolutely. And speaking of things being taken, I love, even though the side of OTS gave up that Martis, I love that they are making sure that they have someone on their team that's able to get to the back line and harass the potential picks that's going to come from the side of Tang Dynasty here. Speaking of potential picks, we did see Lilia being locked in, a very safe and strong mage, especially when you're comboing it with someone like the Carmilla there. So she has the utility with the slows when she picks up that Ice Beam wand, as well as the burst damage. And we can't count out her black shoes, right? She's able to just be all up in the face of OTS and pop that ultimate, and you know, she could do it again, or she can take the safe route and back out after she has, you know, wasted some utility from the side of OTS. Speaking of things being backed out, them banning that Beatrix pick. However, though, Leslie's still in, and I'm pretty sure if Lucky can perform so well on that Clint and abuse, you know, that true damage and being able to poke from such a safe distance, he can definitely still pick that up and give the side of OTS some trouble here, because she is one of those ADCs that's still very capable of being able to, you know, have her own way in the Land of Dawn, but still be beneficial and useful in the match. And you can't really, when it gets to that late game mark, you can't really build tank against her because of that true damage that she's able of dishing out.
Yeah, and that's a really good point. Now, Leslie would be a beautiful pickup here, just because I would have said Claude, but that direct counter would kind of stop Claude in his tracks. You also have that Akai to jump in with that heavy spin, and I think Leslie may actually be picked up from the side of OTS if the side of Tank Dynasty doesn't pan it out. They cannot go Claude, though, because they have direct answer for Claude over there with that Akai. Now, something that can still happen, right? You have that Lilia, that early game burst mage. It's a perfect slot. Even against the Eve, I don't mind it too much, but you need something to disrupt Eve. Or some additional CC in their kit. Yeah, you got Martis with the Mortal Coils, which is enough CC to keep somebody at bay, and you also have that Curse of Blood over there by Big Zeus, but I would like to see a little bit more CC in their kit. Maybe picking up a Ruby in the XP lane against that Yuzong is a solid option. I like maybe picking up that Leslie, but now it was banned out from the side of OTS, and still some options on the board. You need something for the mid to late game. Maybe even a Melissa may be able to get the job done for the side of OTS, or by the side of Tang Dynasty, but you have to be careful in that real world manipulation and also on Foop with this Yuzong. But still, when you have that go away, it's a perfect way to negate them from rushing in on you. There are still some other marksmen still at bay. We need a late game damage dealer, though. Maybe going for the Irithel for that mobility to escape out of the manipulation drop down by Camp Mage is a game plan that Tang Dynasty is kind of working around as they banned out that Claude. And they realized we can't take Claude. That heavy spin might be enough to disrupt our Blazing Duet. So instead of picking him, let's go ahead and take him out. And you're seeing both of these sides taking out 4 marksmen to finalize the bans inside of today's draft.
Absolutely, and I think that the composition so far are definitely balanced, right? They definitely are able. The mages offer the same type of utility and zoning potential, potentially, and seeing them locking in that Lolita Brazilian sauce as their roamer. For the side of OTS, definitely a strong pick. Speaking of strong picks, we were mentioning both of them needing that late game marksman, and we do see Lucky hovering over this Aretha and the CC, which you said they needed, but we were seeing the Ruby. We're not sure if they're gonna lock her in. We do see Minotaur being hovering, which is not a bad pick. His knockup and CC immunity can definitely counter that heavy spin coming out from Five Nights at Freddy's. Also, we do know Eve, she's immune to crowd control, but her range did get decreased, which is definitely still going to be beneficial for the side of Tang Dynasty to be able to counter the pick and still get up close and personal and be able to dish out the damage.
Now, I don't mind the Minotaur pick because he also provides a little bit of sustainability into the hands of Tank Dynasty. He has the knockup with the Minoan Fury, a full 5-man setup. But like I said, he's going against a lot of pressure, a lot of CC to jump in on. That Akai with that heavy spin, that Lolita with the Numenon Blast, that manipulation drop down for the slowage and AoE pressure from Kant Mage over there on the Eve. And then also a Petrify and a knockup from Foop on this Yu Zong. Now, me personally, I probably would have slotted in the Ruby. Just because Ruby kind of shines at canceling a lot of skills, especially when you have a lot of heroes rushing in on frontline presence for a clash. Minotaur can still get the job done though, but he has to kind of bank in on that one ultimate, that Minoan Fury, to do the get the job done, whereas Ruby just had a little bit more sustainability, a lot more CC in her kit. But that is going to finalize the draft. We did see the Irithel get slotted in by Lucky Buck. I am a fan of that pick, especially with the composition he's going against, is you need a little bit of mobility on that marksman. And also you need a marksman that can scale through time and be that late game damage dealer. And he didn't really have too many choices, as we've seen a lot of marksmen banned out in the last phase of the draft. But speaking of the draft, looking at the side of only the squad, they did lock in that Bruno over there on Kirito. Not a marksman we see too often, but Bruno having an easier time when heroes do group up, able to use that flaming soccer ball to stack up that damage and also ricochet off of all members who are near, along with the minions as well. So that is going to be a guaranteed late game marksman for the side of OTS. But the thing about Bruno, right, is he kind of requires you to play a little bit closer than your average marksman. So if he is not careful, he will get picked. He can easily get picked off by a Martis with that decimation, a Carmilla with the Curse of Blood, and you have to be careful on how you kind of progress in this match. Speaking of progression, ladies and gentlemen, we are stepping into the Land of the Dawn. This is Game 2, Series 3, as we are watching Tank Dynasty with one win under their belt, going up against only the squad. And the question is, who will prevail? Do we see OTS taking Game 2 and making us progress on to a Game 3, or do we see Tank Dynasty paving the way for a sweep, as these teams are kind of fighting it out and trying to claim this series?
Speaking of paving the way, I'm looking at the combo and skill potential coming from the side of both teams. The side of ODS does have that Luminum Blast and that real-world manipulation at their disposal, which is a beautiful combination, securing that set while Fook comes in with the dragon on top of that to help, secure damage and add some more CC on top of that. Looking at the side of Tang Dynasty, though, they do have that Minotaur as well as Big Zeus on that Carmilla. If she's able to successfully get a link while he's able to, dish out that crowd control, it's definitely going to be doubled up. And when you look at Sushi on this Lilia, we know her damage is crazy. Speaking of things being crazy, we do see a little pause request coming in here, but I don't know. I think this game is definitely going to be dependent on the team fights and how these teams deal with objectives and how they set up for them.
Yeah, definitely a good point indeed. It's going to be dependent on how they kind of micro and macro it out. We've seen the problem with only the squad is not really knowing how to close out a game with the Luminous Lord. But in terms of the early game, the wave management from there, the objectives, all the way up into that late game phase, they did an excellent job. So I know they have the potential to close these games out. But like you said, they need to add one more thing to their rule book, and that is closing these games out with these lords. Now, Tank Dynasty, their backs were against the wall. They had some tough defense, but they had a harder time playing objectives toward the early phase of things. So need to be a little bit more careful. Maybe kind of going more textbook, some things that we kind of see with like Ackerman or Nova Core is playing every objective and taking everything for face value instead of trying to rush in and play aggressively. Wait for the enemy team to make a mistake, stack up one kill here and there, and eventually you'll form that snowball. And that is going to be some winning conditions, some keys to victory from both sides that we would like to see jumping into this match. But we did have a little bit of a technical pause, a little bit of a TP, maybe a little bit of lagging issues, so we are currently checking in with the teams to see what is going on. But like I said, excited to see how this plays out. Only the squad needing to kind of find some foothold to maintain inside of this series, as they do not want to get swept. A thing about both of these teams, they're kind of newer on the scene for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, so I really want to see kind of what they're going to do going forward. And already I can tell they have the potential to be one of the top teams in the MLSA. They just got to pull it off and work on these small little adjustments, such as the Luminous Lord pushes, the late game defense, the early game management for the side of Tang Dynasty needs to be a little bit tighter.
Absolutely, and that's what you need to be able to execute when you secure these objectives. We did see this out of OTS having a harder time syncing the lanes, usually because of a member or two being picked off right before the Lord reaches the base of Tang Dynasty. However, though, Tang Dynasty has shown us that they are very much capable of being on the defensive side. So LTS right now, they definitely have to try and secure this game and go for an early game finish. Let's maybe get a snowball here, because if you allow Lucky again on this era though to be able to scale up, she is running the sprint, and we do know how well that's put combos with her recent revamp with her passive there. And we are jumping back into the map. So that's what I like to see. Don't let Lucky be able to skill. Do we have another? And we have another pause request coming in here.
It looks like this pause is going to be by the side of Tang Dynasty. So let's go ahead and wait for them. See what's going on. I think Lily a little bit of a disconnect. So we'll wait for them to come on board. Let me go ahead and send them a message right now. But yeah, definitely interesting game indeed. I will say this is game 2. A little bit of momentum boost for the side of Tang Dynasty jumping into this, as they have one win on their side. So they have insurance if this one does not fall through the way they want it to. Only the squad definitely has a little bit more to prove, as they already have one loss under their belt, and they cannot take a second, as that'll be a sweep for today's series. So I'm expecting some high-level gameplay, not too many mistakes, and also paying attention to these objectives to be able to keep them in this game and possibly go into a game 3.
Absolutely, I would love to see this game go to a game 3. I want to see them fight to the death series. But looking at some win conditions, we are seeing Carmilla is in the EX. Is she in the? No, she actually is in the EXP lane against Foop on this use down here. So I'm definitely excited to see how that laning is going to phase out. Though the one thing is, though, slotting her in the EXP laner position. When you have an EXP, their teamfight participation, it really depends on the momentum of the rest of the team. So if the side of Tang Dynasty were to fall behind here, she's definitely not going to be as beneficial. And you want a hero like Carmilla to be present in these teams. So she's definitely going to have the upper hand in terms of rotations to be able to help her team combo and potentially win out the potential clashes and team fights that we're possibly going to see in this match as soon as we're ready to jump back in.
Looks like we have a couple of technical difficulties. Not really sure what's going on. I think, Rim, if you want to go jump in there and talk to them on VC real quick for Tang Dynasty. And like we said, guys, appreciate y'all being here today. Sometimes these little technical difficulties happen, so don't go anywhere. I'll let you guys know momentarily. Definitely get a little bit of stretching in, roll them shoulders. I've seen somebody say Weezy's a dancer. Maybe we get a little dancing Zumba class in here. But no, we appreciate you guys being here, man. Hopefully Tank Dynasty can continue, but like I said, looks like something may have came up, so we're gonna go ahead and resolve that shortly and be right back with you guys to continue this game.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Yeah. Loved you from the first time you called me lame. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah. Always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah. With you the summer came and went in a day. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. Woo! Feel it when you're miles away, yeah. You can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Yeah. Loved you from the first time you called me late. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah. Always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah. With you the summer came and went in a day. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. When you're miles away, yeah. You can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back into the Land of the Dawn as we are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. Today is Season 1, Week 5, Day 2, Series 3, Match 2. We have two amazing teams competing as we are looking at only the squad versus Tank Dynasty. A little bit of a disconnect, some little technical difficulties for the side of Tank Dynasty, but moving forward, we had to do a redraft with the same picks, but a new member has been slotted in as Sushi had to step away to replace him. We are going to be seeing Daizu take that mark. But as we embark into the Land of the Dawn, I am joined by the amazing on-point analysis caster, Master Rim. How you doing today?
doing lovely, and there's the momentum coming in from these teams, despite the technical difficulties and struggles. To see them still pushing strong and having that fighting spirit still in their blood is definitely something refreshing to see, especially in NA here.
Yeah, definitely an NA, and we're seeing Jeffrey on this Martis. Now, the thing about these two teams, right? Tang Dynasty had a little bit of a harder issue closing out the early game objectives, and we've seen only the squad come online. But as it started trickling into the late game, we didn't see any synergy or communication from OTS to close it out. So from OTS, I gotta see more of a presence for the late game. Early game, they've already got that block checked off. For the side of Tang Dynasty, the exact opposite. We need to see some answers in the early game as the late game defense is checked off for sure. Looking at the composition, though, we are seeing a Yu Zhong over there into the hands of Foop going against Big Zeus on this Carmilla in the XP lane. This is what we said, the utility in the kit that Carmilla provides is even able to get the job done in the XP lane. But Foop given a little bit of a hard time as he is one of the top XP lanes for the MLSA. But speaking of clashes, we do see that Minotaur slotted into the hands of Sanji, that Minoan Fury possibly on the way, and also a little bit of heals to provide in his kit for the team. You can kind of do it all, jack of all trades. Lucky Buck over there on the Irithel, the mobility to be able to escape, especially against Camp Mage on this Eve with that manipulation may be pivotal. But speaking about ultimates in effect, you do see heavy spin by Kai onto Lucky Buck, pinning him possibly into the tower. But wait a minute, able to escape with the Flaming Soccer Ball, not enough to take him down. But Martis with other plants procs in that decimation and takes out Kirito. Not the way I would have planned that engagement to go. And I can't even believe that Lucky Buck was able to escape with barely any HP.
I mean, that's in the name, Lucky. I believe that a lot of these players manifest their gameplays with the names that they choose here, and it definitely shows, because if had it been anyone else in that position, they probably would have been taken down. Speaking of taken down here,
you do see a class on the way, Shaw Essence into Sanji right now over there by Foop, but not able to take him down. Gonna go ahead and recall the roam for the side of Tang Dynasty. Tang Dynasty already one win in, has a little bit of insurance. The side of only the squad need to play a little bit more safer and kind of close this game out to take us to a third match. But the question is, will the side of Tang Dynasty allow that, as you are seeing a lot of pressure in the top lane? In the gold lane, Kirito already has fallen, but Lucky Buck with the over-aggressive nature is quickly taken down by only the squad, and this is exactly what we've been saying we want to see. Focus on the gold lane, as there is a heavy prio on that for this season, and only the squad not wasting any time does exactly that. But a little bit of a trade in effect, as you are seeing Martis waste no time taking that neutral objective. Down goes the turtle.
Absolutely. And one thing to note, in OTS's first appearance here, when they gave the gold laner so much presence and allowing Kirito to be able to securely and safely roam around the map, just knowing that they already took the tower in the gold lane is definitely going to help them in these team fights, because while Lucky would be trying to, keep their tower up, Bruno is going to be present for these team fights. Speaking of team fights,
you do see Lucky Buck getting a kill onto Camp Mage. Down goes Eve, 2 for 1 now. You do see the favor leaning into the side of Tang Dynasty, taking advantage of the early game presence. Looking at who got these kills, Jeffrey already gotten one for the jungler, and also their marksman Buck has one as well. A little bit of that luck in effect, as you are seeing Minoan Fury go down and dies, securing a kill onto Brazilian Sauce. And that is going to be the roam for the side of OTS Fallen, but they still have 5 Nights at Freddy's on this Akai for additional CC. But look at the lane being proxied over there by the side of Tang Dynasty, not wasting any time on these objectives, and they're moving with that hive mentality. Look at them. It's as if one player is controlling all 4 of them.
Absolutely, definitely has that puppeteer objective. Speaking of objective,
Do you see Newman on Blast able to hit the mark? But wait a minute, a lot of ultimates have been procced. You do see Martis rushing in. That Vengeance has been procced by Big Zeus. Manipulation going down by Camp Mage to slow down Daizu. Can he secure the kill, though? No, he can't. But a little bit of stun onto Brazilian Sauce. And both teams disengaging. A little bit of a dance in the river, but no members have fallen from either side.
absolutely no numbers have fallen, but a lot of items has been falling into the hands here. If we look, Lilia already securing that enchanted talisman, definitely going to help her be able to poke, dish out damage, and the slows coming in. Speaking of slows coming in, Carmilla picking up that dominance ice, definitely going to help the anti-sustain coming in from the side of OTS. Speaking of things coming in, Aretha already locking in that Windtalker. She's pretty secure. And speaking of secure, the side of Tang Dynasty able to take that turtle.
And looks like the side of OTS, a little bit of response, going to go in for another gank on the lane. Heavy spin onto Zeus. 3v1 situation. Foop rushing in with that Yuzong, able to secure that kill. Now 3-2 on the board in favor of Huevo, or not Huevo, but Huevo, because they got Daizu on their team. Tang Dynasty able to take that top tower, the tier 3 tower, and that is a huge objective. That's going to allow gold into the hands of everybody on their team, now leading by about 1,600 gold.
And speaking of lead, we do see Martis going in on Foop on their Yuzong, but he's able to escape here, or maybe not.
Yeah, maybe not indeed, as the manipulation going down. Black Dragon deciding to stay in for this fight. Curse of Blood activated by Carmilla. Manipulation still trying to give some zoners to these minions, but wait a minute on the back line. You do see Foop going in, taking out Lucky Buck. Down goes the marksman for the side of Tank Dynasty. Fight not over, though. You do see the Shaw Essence and Brazilian Sauce able to get a kill on to Daizu. And man, oh man, these members are dropping left and right. Put all members on the board for the side of only the squad, and 2 members down for the side of Tank Dynasty. And now the kill lead is into the hands of OTS.
Speaking of things going down, we did see Kirito in the top lane being able to trade out and get that tower, and we see him rotating down to go and put some pressure in that mid lane. Speaking of things that'll put pressure, we did see Cat Mage picking up that Ice Queen wand on Yves. That's already going to add on to her default slow potential. Definitely going to help in team fights for the side of OTS there. Speaking of, we see Martis picking up that early physical penetration, definitely going to help him be able to sustain and get some more additional mobility. Speaking of sustain and mobility,
do see Shaw Essence unable to take out Lucky. Look at his HP again. This man is just crazy. If I'm going to the casino, it's definitely with him. But speaking of plays, you do see Martis getting a kill onto Foop with that decimation, and now going to go for this neutral objective. But while this is all in effect, wasting no time, Daizu takes another loss over there in the mid lane, as you are seeing Kirito rush in and take that tower. But speaking of takings, you are seeing Turtle fall into the hands of Tang Dynasty as well, even though they lost this tier 3 tower for the mid lane. But the side of OTS kind of maintaining that pressure. You do see the heavy spin by Five Nights at Freddy's, but rushing in with the Minoan Fury from the bush. A flicker play by Sanji for the triple set, but Numenon Blast for a direct response. A 4-man set! And now you are seeing them clash it out as Cat Mage dropping the manipulation down. Kirito getting a kill onto Lucky Buck. A marksman taking out a marksman, but find out over Jeffrey in a bad position. Cat Mage trying to rush in, trying to get the kill. Can he do it though? No, he can't. Big Zeus another plan as well, trying to stop Cat Mage from overly extending and taking down Jeffrey.
Now, I love the discipline that I'm seeing from the side of OTS. They were able to spin that fight in their favor. We did see Cat Mage trying to be able to secure that kill on Jeffrey there, but noticing wisely that he was not going to be able to, and they did engage. And we can see that happening here from this instant replay.
Yeah, just a huge play indeed. And then, yeah, Mage trying to close it out with that kill. These teams just kind of competing neck and neck. But I got to give it to both of the roams right there. That was some beautiful placement on ults. That Numenon Blast with a flicker to the right. That Minoan Fury from the flicker to the right, too. Definitely some high elo plays from the roams on both teams so far. But there can only be one winner. We know the side of Tank Dynasty already leading by 1. And OTS on the back end needs this game to stay in this series. Looking at the kills, 5-4, OTS kind of in the lead, but in terms of gold into the favor of Tank Dynasty, as OTS was able to take some pressure on the map though. They took that mid tower, but speaking of pressure, Numenon Blast unable to connect to any members of the side of Tank Dynasty. Black Dragon dropping down, getting to the back line. Cat Mage getting a kill onto Lucky Buck in the process. Manipulation still in effect. Sanji getting slowed, but able to jump out just in time. But in the back line, you do see Jeffrey rushing in with the decimation, takes out Foop. Man, oh man, what a play. These bushes inside of the mid lane, you have to watch out for them. We've seen both teams kind of make the most of it, but in terms of the real estate, in terms of the map, you do see OTS taking that mid tower for the tier 3 tower, and that's going to open up the opportunity to get some ganks. Speaking of opportunity, Jeffrey in a bad position now, full team of OTS trying to close it out, trying to get the kill, but the power of Martis with the 3,000 worlds and the mortar coils is too much for them to catch.
Speaking of them not being able to catch Daizu, the slows coming in from that Ice Queen wand and her second skill is definitely making it harder for the side of OTS to close that gap there. Speaking of things that's going to make it harder for them to close that gap, Rithel already picking up that Berserker's Fury, definitely going to help her be able to secure that AoE critical damage to the side of CS there. Speaking of AoE damage, Cat Mage on the Eve, locking in that Ice Queen wand as well as Enchanted Talisman, definitely going to help her be able to provide some more utility and sustain. Speaking of sustain, we do see Akai with the Guardian helmet, definitely going to help him be able, when he has to, take some poke damage to secure these objectives, which we can see that they're trying to go for right now.
Speaking of going for, you do see the Lord quickly bursted down by Five Nights at Freddy's and into the hands of only the squad. A huge objective to try and take some more of these turrets, but OTS, one of those teams that has a hard time sinking these lanes, but we are seeing Foop not wasting any time, is possibly going to do exactly that. Looking at the bottom side, Kirito as well, and this is what we wanted to see. This is what kind of costed him game one, but looks like a little bit of a switch in plans, and they have properly adjusted to try and take this win only Tang Dynasty for a possible game 3. But speaking of games, looking at Five Nights at Freddy giving vision, Sanji over there as well, to let their team know exactly where they're at. And the question is, how will this engagement go? What will the side of only the squad be able to take with this Lord engagement?
Absolutely, and I hope that they take their time to properly sync these lanes this time. Speaking of lanes,
you do see a possible clash on the way. Newman on blast being procced, winded up, and able to connect to Daizu and Sanji, but not enough to provide a potential kill. But another knock-up as well. Foop jumping in onto Lucky Buck and takes him down, and then procs to Black Dragon. You are seeing manipulation going down by Cat Mage as well, and they are going to try and take out Sanji, who uses the Minoan Fury and a little bit of health to stay in that fight, and now is going to disengage. But look at Kirito rushing through, eating those turret pellets. But wait a minute. Minions are crashing into that tier 2 tower for the mid lane, and it looks like OTS is going to take advantage of it, and that is another turret working into their favor, and now they have the pressure on the map. And this is exactly a similar situation where we've seen with game 1, OTS having the strong foot for the early game, but as we trickle into that 16-minute mark, the question is, will they be able to close it out as they take another tier 2 turret, and now the side of Tang Dynasty down to only their inhibitors.
Absolutely, and I'm liking the focus that I'm seeing here. They know Lucky was a problem for them last game, and they're definitely trying to take him out, forcing him to pick up that Wind of Nature as Foop is only aiming for him. So that's definitely going to help keep him in the game. Speaking of things to help keep them in the game, the damage coming out from Lilia there, picking up that Genius Wand, definitely going to help dish out some more damage on top of the utility that's being provided. Speaking of damage, Martis with the Blade of Despair as well as a Dominance Ice, definitely going to help in terms of shield cutting and heal cutting, coming in from the side of OTS with the Yuzhang and his passive, the Akai with that Guardian Helm. So he's definitely aware of the items being picked up from the side OTS and definitely building to counter that. Speaking of building to counter, we do see Bruno picking up that Wind of Nature as well to help him stay in the fight, as he knows that he's one of the keys to victory for the side of OTS in terms of dealing additional damage on top of these real-world manipulations coming down from Eve there.
Yeah, definitely having to stay true to these keys of victory. And you are seeing Lord spawn in. OTS having the zoners, having the map pressure, an objective they need to take. Foop needs to get that split push going to divert the attention of Tang Dynasty to the lanes instead of this Lord. Speaking of Lord, quickly bursted down by the side of OTS. They are going to go for this objective, but pay attention to Jeffrey. Trying to find a backdoor way in for a possible retribution. Is going to go ahead and get caught off guard by Eve and also Lolita on Brazilian Sauce, and down goes the Lord into the hands of Kirito, the Bruno, the marksman for the side of only the squad, and now can still play on the way. Newman on blast, able to connect. Oh my goodness! The Flicker Shadow set for 3-member set on the side of Tang Dynasty. Manipulation going down, Kirito getting a kill onto Sanji, but you are seeing the Black Dragon drop down with the Petrify. Foop getting a kill onto Jeffrey. In that process, 2 members down for the side of Tang Dynasty, and no members down for the side of only the squad with Lord on their side.
Absolutely, and this is something that's so satisfying to see. In the previous games, the Tanks and Roamers have had some, questionable sets, but we are seeing both Brazilian Sauce and Sanji having these beautiful ultimates and engages that helps their teams during these team fights. And the side of OTS definitely has more at their disposal. They have the Aluminum Blast from the Lolita. They have the Heavy Spin coming in from Five Nights at Freddy's on the Sakai. And on top of that, they have Cat Mage with the real world manipulations and Foop coming in with this dragon to just top it all off. And I'm seeing them sinking the lanes. They are aware of their win condition here, and I'm definitely seeing that they're ready to end this game.
Speaking of the end of the game, Foop already using the Black Dragon and gonna go ahead and try and drop down on one of the members of Tank Dynasty. Down goes the inhibitor for the bottom side, and looks like these teams are gonna clash it out as Lord crashes into the Nexus. But Curse of Blood over there by Carmilla proccing. Numenon Blast canceled. What a play! Kirito rushing in, taking out Jeffrey, the marksman, able to take out the jungler for the side of Tank Dynasty. This is a 4v5 situation into the hands of OTS with the advantage. Manipulation for the zonage over there by Cat Mage. Not wasting any time, just being patient, waiting for the side of Tank Dynasty to run into that zonage. But speaking of zonage, down goes the inhibitor for the mid lane, leaving them only with the top side for the side of Tank Dynasty. And the question is, can they hold off against the dagger that the side of OTS has been sharpening this entire game? We know the side of Tank Dynasty has those shields, and this is a situation we've seen with game 1. They were down to nothing but the Nexus, and they were still able to pull it off, contesting 4 Luminous Lords. But will this be the same story as Foop dropping in with a possible clash on the Black Dragon? Down goes the Numenon Blast, only stunning the Minotaur in the process. Sanji waiting for a possible set to turn the tide around. Foop getting a kill onto Lucky Buck. The marksman for the side, and Tank Dynasty is not in play. Down goes manipulation as well into this clash. Kirito getting a kill. A double kill onto Daizu and also taking out Jeffrey. And that is a wipeout with the triple kill. Down goes Sanji. And ladies and gentlemen, OTS has done it. Only the squad able to secure the wipeout. And not only the wipeout, able to take game 2. And we are going to be jumping into a game 3.
Victory!
Absolutely, and this is what I was saying. I wanted to see the side of OTS fight back and fight back. They did. Five Nights at Freddy's securing that MVP 1-0 and 10. Looking at Foop, their beautiful KDA overall going to the side of OTS. If we look at these items, they have the sustain, they have the damage coming in. Yves picking up that Ice Queen wand, adding to that utility and slows to further help Brazilian Sauce to land these aluminum blasts here. We did see a lot of combo potential and damage coming out from Carito on this Bruno. Speaking of damage outputs, Lucky not really able to get on board this match, and that's English. That's props to OTS. They have me speechless right now to how they played this game. They definitely realized who they had to focus on, and they definitely were able to take the win because of that. Speaking of, looking at these statistics here, overall team fight participation coming from the side of OTS, each member having over 60% team fight participation. Their synergy was on point. We saw the combos, we saw the responses from Brazilian Sauce on the Lolita, as well as Five Nights at Freddy's on the Akai, and Cat Mage enabling these sets for Carito and Foop to come in and finish up these kills. Beautiful participation from the side of OTS. The side of Tank Dynasty, they put up a fight. However, it was not enough. They're gonna have to fight harder because, as we see, OTS is coming for blood.
Definitely coming for blood indeed. And man, oh man, was that a great match to see. And this is what we wanted to see in game 1. And I definitely love a team that makes adjustments after having a hard loss. And that's exactly what the point of the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy is, to help these teams kind of prepare, fix their faults inside of their matches, and be ready for up-and-coming leagues. And I just love to see a good draft, a good game plan work out for a team. But speaking of drafts, speaking of games, that is not it, as they have made a step into game 3 with only the squad able to even out the table, as both of these teams, only the squad and also the team that just lost, Tank Dynasty, having 1 win on their belts. Now the question is, who will take game 3, as both teams are even, both teams are eager, and they are both ready to go. Definitely let us know who you guys think will take it as well. If there is a team you're voting for, we would love to hear it, and I can't wait to see exactly what is going to happen in game 3. So get a little bit of stretching going. We will be starting this game right here in 1 minute. See you guys soon.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
But ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and today is Season 1, Week 5, Day 2. And we are on Season 3 match, or I said Season 3, look, I almost had it all the way to the end. Series 3, Match 2. And we are watching two amazing teams clash it out to go to victory. And the question is, who will prevail, Tang Dynasty or only the squad? I am also joined today by the on-point analysis, Rim. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good, man. And looking at what we just witnessed in the Land of Dawn there in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, we definitely saw some deadly battles. If I didn't know any better, I would say these teams definitely have some history and they have something to prove. Speaking of something to prove here, we do see the side of Tang Dynasty banning out that Akai and Yu Zhang. Definitely a strong ban in terms of targeting members on the side of OTS. So they are banning out heroes that definitely gave them a hard time. Speaking of OTS, also returning that favor, banning out the Clint again and the Fan. We do see Leomore not being able to walk. A good ban, a strong ban. He still has a space in the meta. And speaking of someone having a space in the meta but not being allowed to shine, we do see Joy being taken out. However, Cat Mage locking in this Valentina as a first pick. Now, I don't know how I feel. Even though she's strong, I feel like locking in the Valentina in the first pick, even though she has the potential to make the enemy team be a little more safe in terms of their drafting, they can still counter her and have a strong draft that's able to make her not be as useful. If you think of heroes that's capable of having a lockdown, like Kaj is still open, you know? So once you pick heroes that can kind of like just snatch somebody and just take them out of the match before they can get the opportunity to respond. And speaking of them locking in the Kaja, so I definitely think that you have to be very confident with allowing your team to lock in this Valentina in the first pick, because the enemy team, if they know better, they can counter your entire draft just by you locking in that Valentina.
Yeah, and you got to be careful on it. But one thing that does lean into Camp Mage's favor is when Big Zeus took up that Kaja, that gave him at least one ultimate to work with, which is that Divine Judgment. And well, that ultimate that nobody can get out of unless you have Purify. And I feel like, if anything, that is still an okay trade going forward. I like the pick over there on the Kaja as well, though. That flex pick, I'm surprised that actually walked through this draft. And now looking at the draft, you are seeing that Clint, again, banned by the side of OTS. And when you do that, like I said, you allow a lot of meta on the board. But I don't know what Clint did to only the squad, but I guess it's working because they got a win in the last game. And they almost took the first game to top that off. So Lucky Buck picking up that Brody, though. I'm kind of scratching my head. A little too early to kind of show that. And there's a lot of marksmen still in play that are a lot better at getting that job done. Beatrix is still in effect. And if that gets slotted on the side of only the squad, I can only imagine the way this match will go. Sanji kind of hovering over that Ruby so far. Should have picked the Ruby in the last game, but I don't know. We'll see as they progress through this draft what their game plan is. There is no Diggy in play, so they can take the Atlas and, oh my goodness, right on the money.
Are you a prophetess right now?
I would say not that, but okay. I would have took the Atlas, but actually, again, taking the Atlas gives Valentina the Atlas, so I understand why they did not do it. But in the same note, taking Minotaur is giving them the Minoan Fury, and that's where it gets a little tricky when you allow that Valentina to walk. So not only does he have one CC at his disposal, but he has a group CC as well over there on Sanji picking up that Minotaur and Camp Mage using that Valentina.
I actually like the pick that they opted in for, because with recent changes to how Valentina's stolen ultimates work, she now needs, if the ultimate requires a passive of some sort to be applied, she also needs to get that passive done to her. And the reason why it works in the favor of tank dynasties is because Minnow can afford to tank that damage to be able to proc that ultimate. Though Valentina, the only thing that she gets when she uses that ultimate is the appearance. She's still a mage at the end of the day, so she's not going to be able to tank the damage to be able to have a useful Minoan Fury ultimate there coming on her side. So it's definitely a smart pick on the side of Tank Dynasty. Speaking of smart picks and bans here, we do know, like you were saying, that Beatrix is a strong pick that the side of Tank Dynasty could have slotted in, as well as the Carmilla, but we see them banning it out to have a little more easy time for Lucky to be able to scale in this Golden here.
Speaking of scaling, though, we are seeing that Eve taken off of the board. Not the worst decision indeed, especially when you have Sanji with that Minoan Fury to combo off with that additional group CC and slow is that Eve. So taking that off the board for OTS, some really smart drafting right now. Now, looking at the side of Tank Dynasty, still some couple things that have to be checked off the board. You need a possible jungler and then mage. And speaking of mages, Daizu's going to go ahead and lock in that Valir. And one thing that Tank Dynasty is not missing is CC. That burst fireball to kind of chain that stun onto a member who is aggressive in the front line. It's going to be huge for the side of Tank Dynasty. But looking at the side of OTS, realizing that the Roam has been slotted, the Mage has been slotted, this is free game for us to take up an Atlas. And we're going to go ahead and slot this Grok as the jungle?
I'm not sure. One thing about these teams in the academy, they definitely like to show some potential, hidden potentials that heroes are capable of. So it's kind of like a don't knock it till you try it type of mentality here. Speaking of things being knocked and tried, Brazilian Sauce locking in that Atlas definitely going to have a lot of potential to have some good sets during this game. However, though, looking at the side of Tank Dynasty, they do have a lot of independent heroes. We do know Daizu with that purified ultimate that she has at her disposal on that Valir. Kaja with the Divine Judgment, able to stun him and get him bursted down before he's able to execute that ultimate. Speaking of execution, Jeffrey finalizing the draft with this Hayabusa, which we have not seen as often in the academy. So I'm definitely looking forward to see how he's going to perform, especially against this Grok in the jungle.
Yeah, Hayabusa, one of those assassins you don't typically see, but one thing that he kind of shines in is rushing in with that shadow kill, able to not really take any damage, and if you're caught by yourself, he is going to make it rain and make you pay. Now, one thing he also offers is mobility. He can traverse across the map and has a lot of means of escape when things get a little bit hard. Looking at who he is up against, you have that Atlas who's going to rush and try and get a set. He can escape that. You have Claude who can do the Blazing Duet. He can get out of that as well, and he also also can kill Claude with that shadow kill. You have Grok, who's forcing on, trying to bank on getting those guardian barriers in or possibly getting a wild charge. But on a hero like Hayabusa, you're not going to have an easy time catching him. And I actually think this is a very smart draft for the side of Tank Dynasty going forward. I didn't really agree too much with the Brody pick in the beginning, but with the amount of frontline that OTS decided to kind of opt in on, that is going to allow them to kind of play closer together. And when you play close together, that's where Brody kind of shines at. He's going to get those stacks off on you and pull out that torn apart memories for that ultimate over there to get a potential kill. But like we said, a lot of things have to be checked off for the side of OTS to kind of win this out. You have Atlas, you have the Fatal Links, and you have no direct counter, but you do have Daizu on this Valerio. And as you see, Valerio shines on heroes that rush in trying to go that more frontline presence composition. And so I feel like it's going to be a little bit of an upscale battle. And it's a wild card draft from the side of Deku right now, picking up this Grok in the jungle. This is the first time I've seen this. I've seen a Minotaur jungle, but I never thought I'd see a Grok. The only worry I have with this is this assassin, this Hayabusa is going to have an easier time possibly invading his jungle and also having a faster time clearing the jungle as well.
Absolutely, and that's one of my concerns as well, because we did see Hayabusa being able to clear out his topside jungle and still rotate while Grok is still level 3. And we already see Jeffrey level 4 securing that level 4 and possibly securing a kill at the top lane here.
Yeah, maybe getting a kill indeed. Now, things that they do have, they have Kirito over on this Claude for OTS, which they're banking on being that late game damage. At the end of the day, it's going to be more like protect the president. It's going to be protect Kirito or protect Camp Mage. But Camp Mage can only really do so much on that Valentina. He's going to be more of that set potential that he's going to provide to the team, as Kirito is really going to be the secret weapon. And if the side of Tang Dynasty can find a way to shut him down, it's going to be a hard game for OTS. But as Turtle does spawn in, there is a lot of CC at the disposal of OTS, and you do see Five Nights at Freddy already having that level 4, that wild charge to be able to knock up the teams and displace them. But I really want to see how this engagement will go over all of these neutral objectives for today's match.
Speaking of engagements on objectives, we do see the side of Tang Dynasty taking the initiative to be able to possibly secure this turtle without any contest here.
Speaking of contest, there goes Five Nights at Freddy's trying to wrap around for a possible backdoor retro. He does have the frontline presence. He's kind of winding up for some damage, but the retribution into the hands of Hayabusa. The Minoan Fury for the triple set as well. Daizu get a kill onto Foop, and now Five Nights at Freddy's and Camp Mage on the retreat trying to escape. A little bit of suppression, a Divine Judgment going in just in time, trying to get a possible kill, but Jeffrey able to get out with barely any HP, but that is first blood into the hands of Tang Dynasty and also the turtle as well. Fatal Links connecting into the bush onto Daizu. Daizu unable to escape from Camp Mage over there, and down he goes. A kill into the hands of Valentina.
Absolutely, and it's a beautiful rotation and response coming in from the side of OTS here. They did lose out on the neutral objectives, but they did pick up that kill in their favor, and I like that they're giving their gold laners some more leeway here, definitely providing some more vision and assistance, which is what you want to see. You want to be able to help your damage dealer and your cores get online, and we can definitely see that with some items being picked up here. We do see Valentina building that cooldown reduction boost, definitely needed for her to be able to land that double Terrify, which we all know is deadly. Once you get caught in that, definitely something to be wary of. We do see a lot of defense components coming in from the side of Tang Dynasty with Minnow and that Kaja. So Kaja is also going to be going for that tanky route during this game, which we all know if a Kaja is able to sustain and be able to last in these team fights, he's definitely going to be a threat. Speaking of threat, I think Lucky's in for one right now.
And here you go, a lot of CC, Fatal Links, Wild Charge, Blazing Duet, you name it, it's there for the side of Only the Squad. And down goes Lucky Buck, but wait a minute. Sanji joining the fight, so does Daizu as a direct response, not going to allow them to strip any more gold off that tower. But speaking of stripping, drop it all, says Hayabusa, is going to go ahead and take down Camp Mage on this Valentina.
It's definitely a good pick-off, especially with the southern neutral objective spotting here. Even though she will be back for the potential clash that we're going to see. Both teams kind of taking it slow, trying to set up for this turtle here.
You do see Turtle into the hands of possibly Jeffrey as he has pulled the aggro, but Five Nights at Freddy right behind it for a possible backdoor Richie play. Didn't work out the first time around, but maybe the second time around is the charm for the side of Only the Squad as Turtle has been reset, and you see Jeffrey kind of being zoned out right now, and he's going to go for that red buff. He realizes he cannot contest this, and it does go to the side of OTS, but at the same time, nobody is paying attention in the gold lane. Nobody is there to stop him, and Lucky Buck is taking the tower. But on the top side of direct response, you see Blazing Duet going in onto Zeus, but is he able to escape? No, he's not. Kirito securing that kill onto Kaja. They're going to go ahead and possibly proxy these minions as well. Hayabusa actually was able to use the shadow kill to clear the minions, and that is some top tier defense. And now I have to say, in terms of who won that trade, even though the turtle did go into the hands of OTS, losing a tower in that process is not what you want. And now looking at the gold, they are up by 300 for the side of Tang Dynasty.
Absolutely. And speaking of things being up, we did see Daizu picking up that ice cream wine. Definitely going to help Tang Dynasty with these engages coming in from the side of OTS. Speaking of though, Valentina able to secure her full 2 core items. That's definitely going to help her deal that CC. However, she did get picked off, so we're not going to see those items go into effect just yet, though. Speaking of items going into effect, we do see Claude picking up that Z1 Hunter Sword. Definitely going to start dealing some more damage with those Blazing Duets. But on the same token, Brody, even though he got picked off there by Fook, he did secure that Blade of the Spear.
Yeah, and you're just seeing these members drop left and right for both sides. They were able to take the tier 3 tower on the top side into the hands of Only the Squad, but a response on the bottom side over there by Lucky Buck taking that tier 3 in that lane. And now the question is, how will this battle go for the mid lane? Both teams even on real estate right now, even on gold down to the T as well. And I really want to see how this plays out. As the later this game goes, you can bank on Kirito getting those kills for those beefier compositions. But on the side of Tang Dynasty, you're really banking on your marksman as well, on that Brody getting the job done, as he's the only really potential they have to close this out, outside of Valir getting some stuns. But speaking of potential, Daizu taking some serious damage, a little bit of stun onto Brazilian Sauce, Sanji in the play as well, Divine Judgment activating onto Brazilian Sauce, flickering out just in time, but the Ring of Order having different plans by Big Zeus. Hayabusa securing that kill for the team, Lucky Buck getting a turret on the top side again. Pay attention to the marksman. Speaking of marksman, Blazing Duet going down over there into the hands of Kirito, trying to get a pick off, trying to get a kill, but you do see Jeffrey taking some serious damage, able to escape. But look at Sanji, not able to escape the wrath of Kirito. Can't Mage taking out Jeffrey in that process as well. But in the same note, again, turrets are falling in the tier 3 or 2 tower for the top lane has fallen into the hands of Tang Dynasty. But while this is happening, mid lane tier 3 turret does go to OTS as a direct response. And I'm just scratching my head on how easily these turrets are falling for both sides.
Absolutely, and that's the thing. They have to try to have an answer for these lanes being proxied. They did ended up losing out, but they were able to gain some things as well in terms of items. We did see Valentina picking up that Genius Wand, definitely going to help her deal some more damage on top of that CC that she's very capable of. Claude picking up that Demon Hunter Sword as well as his second core item, definitely going to help him deal that damage. Speaking of dealing damage, Brody, even though he locked in that Blade of the Spear, he's definitely one of those marksmen that can still benefit from dealing damage and going the tankier route, as we do see him building into some defense right now, which is definitely what the side of Tang Dynasty needs. They need to be a little more defensive to try to counter the engages coming out from the sides of OTS here.
Ooh, speaking of the sides, though, Fatal Link's baited out by Dahmer, and he steals the red buff as well. Oh my goodness, the mastery of micro right there is insane. And this is not what you want to do if you are Brazilian Sauce on this Atlas, as now he is down a potential set. But speaking of down, realizes Lucky Buck kind of out of position, gonna go ahead and get a little bit of a frozen stance on him. The wall going up, the wild charge as well. But Lucky Buck, man, oh man, this man has like 9 lives in one, able to escape again with little damage.
And that's one of the benefits of them slotting this Falair into their composition there. When you have two frontline heroes on your team, such as Brazilian Sauce on this Atlas and Five Nights at Freddy's, they are not able to just safely engage because of the sustain and utility coming out from a pick like Valier. So it's definitely helping them. In terms of damage being put out, we did see him picking up that glowing wand. Definitely his two core items. And he is one of those mages. He can honestly go for the tankier route after picking up these two core items and still be able to be useful and deal damage during these team fights.
Speaking of team fights, looking at the side of only the squad, they're going to go ahead and pull the aggro of this Lord, realizing that there's not a strong stance in terms of contest from the side of Tank Dynasty right now, and this is exactly where you want to be. But look at the bush. You do see Sanji kind of winding up, possibly going in for Minoan Fury, but not in time, as Five Nights at Freddy's is going to go ahead and get this objective. But shifting straight from the objective into the fight, there goes a shadow kill into Camp Mage, able to secure that kill into the hands of Hayabusa, but a triple set over there by Atlas into the side of Tank Dynasty, a double kill into the hands of Hayabusa. Foop getting a kill, taking out Jeffrey, getting another kill as well, a triple kill, no, a double kill, taking out two members within Valier to kind of finish it off, takes a kill himself. And man, oh man, are these members dropping left and right, both sides losing 3 members in that trade. And I gotta say, you have to play a little bit safer now. With this Lord on OTS's side, they need to take some of these neutral objectives, take some of these towers to kind of push up their way on the map. That was impressive, though, how they kind of shifted that focus straight from the Lord, that hive mentality, on to the engagement for the red buff for the side of Tank Dynasty.
Absolutely, and that's what you want to see. Brazilian Sauce, he is able to have these successful fatal links here. Even though it did get baited out that one time, we did see him being able to grab so much members from the side of Tang Dynasty. And as long as the side of OTS can proxy these lanes, they have the damage coming in from the items. We see Claude already almost full build here, so they definitely have the damage. All they have to do is capitalize. Speaking of capitalizing,
the knockup, the Guardian's Barrier, then the Blazing Duet again, able to secure that kill onto Jeffrey, onto that Hayabusa. Look at the Lord, though, on the top side, trying to crash into that inhibitor, quickly taken down from the side of Tank Dynasty. Looking at OTS, realizing they have the numbers, they're going to go for another tier 2 turret on the top side. Guardian's Barrier going in by Deku on the jungle. It's going to go ahead and allow that opportunity to fall into their hands, and not only one tier 2 turret, but also taking the mid as well, and now leaving the side of Tank Dynasty down to their inhibitors.
absolutely. And that's the thing, though. We've seen before in previous matches when Tang Dynasty has been in this position, they take it slowly, because they know that they're still getting gold coming in from these minions, even though they're on the defensive route. And all that securing is Lucky being able to scale up on these marksman picks that he has, and usually has been one of the winning conditions for his team there. Speaking of Jeffrey on that Hayabusa, being able to go out just like the Fanny in the previous game to clear these lanes. Damage, maybe he's one of those assassins that also falls off in a late game, but he's still finding use and benefit elsewhere on the map. And that's what you want to see. Have an answer for the things that's coming at you. And Tang Dynasty definitely has answers.
Yeah, and the question is, can they close it out for the side of OTS? So you do see that Fatal Links rushing in, Blazing Duet as well. The synergy from OTS on fire. Dyza getting a kill onto Atlas with that over-aggressive Fatal Links. Lucky Buck getting a kill into Valentina. Dyza getting a kill onto Freddy. And ladies and gentlemen, that turnaround is only 2 members left as Foop and Kirito on the retreat. But Kirito unable to escape as the side of Tang Dynasty having other plans. And now, like we said, only Foop remains. And man, oh man, a little bit of a misread, a misplay from OTS. And this is what we said from the previous games, having a harder time closing it out. And now, with these members down off of the board, this is going to allow this Luminous Lord to walk into the hands of Tank Dynasty and to be able to possibly take some towers in this engagement.
Absolutely, and they didn't just take the Luminous Lord, they took the gold lead. And looking at these items, Brody, he did opt in for that anti-Curas. They're definitely going to help him. And like I said, he's one of those ADCs that he can build some more tanky items and still be able to dish out damage. Speaking of dishing out damage, Claude, 10K Gold right now definitely has damage coming in with those blazing duets. Speaking of Foop, with this Lapu Lapu again, he has the sustainability, he has the defense as well as the damage. Speaking of having defense, utility, and damage, Daizu on this Valir, locking in that magic defense as well as the slows from Ice Queen Wand and the damage coming in from Glowing Wand right there. So definitely the team fights are definitely going to start swinging in the favor of either teams. It just depends on which team can actually secure the main damage dealer. So once you can dodge all of these utilities coming in, then here we go.
Brazilian Sauce getting the kill on the Hayabusa. Not really sure what that play was kind of intended for, but while that little bit of a distraction did go on the way, the side of Tang Dynasty was able to take the tier 3 tower in the mid lane, but not able to make the most off of that situation, as we've seen them kind of struggle on seeking these lanes as well. And that's the kind of cool thing about the draft of OTS, is you have a lot of sustainability, you have a lot of CC in your kit to go for these engagements when somebody decides to kind of solo push and split a lane. And I think that is the worry for the side of Tang Dynasty. But wait a minute, Fatal Link's able to connect. You do see the wall going down, a possible engagement on the way. Will it go into the hands of OTS? The Minoan Fury with the triple set, able to keep his team in play, and Blazing Duet going down. Can't Mage taking out Daizu. Fight not over though, as you are seeing one member down for the side of Tang Dynasty, and all members on the playing field for the side of OTS. Kirito taking down Sanji. 2 members out for Tang Dynasty. Jeffrey rushing in, possibly trying to get a kill, maybe a shadow kill on the way. But are these numbers looking good right now for the side of only the squad, but not really like they can kind of push in, especially with that Ring of Order, not having the pressure on these minions, and Lord still not in play for another 40 seconds, but indeed a very good engagement.
Absolutely, and that's what you want to see when you draft these heroes that can provide so much utility coming in. And speaking of things coming in, we do see a pause request coming in from the side of Tank Dynasty here. But as like I was saying, when you have this utility, you definitely want to be able to use it to your advantage, to be able to capitalize. We see the Valentina Cam Mage there being able to lock in that Terrify, and the build route that she took, she's definitely able to have that double Terrify on top of Five Nights at Freddy's with the sets that he's capable of, as well as Brazilian sauce there on the Atlas. Now, I was saying that in the draft, I definitely preferred the draft of Tang Dynasty, mostly because I felt like they had the answers to these heavy frontline and engaged presence, but they're not really getting the chance to execute the counterplays that they are capable of here.
Speaking of counterplays, we are jumping right back into the Land of the Dawn as both teams are ready to try and close this out. 13-11 in favor of only the squad. Still having some towers at their disposal as well, leaving the side of Tang Dynasty down to their inhibitors, with the bottom one barely hanging in there. And the question is, how will this go as both teams have one win in their favor? Who will win this series? Only the squad having the problem in the early phases, kind of closing out with these neutral objectives, but on point for game 2. And I'm wondering how this will kind of trickle in as Lord has spawned in. And the question is, who will be able to take this objective?
Absolutely. And looking at these items before the teams try to contest this Lord here, we do see Kaja picking up that fleeting time, but speaking of things being picked up here,
you do see a possible engagement. Sanji rushing into a lot of utility by the side of only the squad, and they're going to go ahead and try and push in this Lord. Now you are seeing Lucky Buck kind of in the area with that Brody, but there goes Hayabusa, realizing a little bit of separation, a little bit of damage taken, trying to get a pick off, trying to get a kill, but unable to hit the mark. You are seeing Lord now down to half HP. Jeffrey rushing back out. Maybe should have saved that shadow kill for a possible retribution still, but Foop over there with the Brave Fighter trying to zone out that jungler, doing a very good job. Now you are seeing Hayabusa have a hard time. Lucky Buck taking out Brazilian Sasso. Down goes the Roam for the side of only the squad, but they still have Deku to kind of rotate around. But they decide to disengage. Lord has been reset, and now the engagement is into the favor of the side of Tank Dynasty, realizing they have the numbers, they have the HP. Five Nights at Freddy's, being that tank jungle, kind of that jack of all trades to do it all, is going to try and contest and get a retribution still, but pushed back over there by the Searing Turret of Valir. And Turtle going into the hands of Tank Dynasty, but look at Camp Mage trying to take this inhibitor. Can he do it? Yes, he can. Down it goes, and minions are crashing into the base, and now they are going to be forced to contest and stop stop these minions from ending in the Nexus, but there goes a wild charge. Blazing Duet, a lot of utility on the board for both sides. Can they get a kill? Five Nights at Freddy taking out Sanji. Lord making his way on the top lane, but looks like the side of OTS not even worried about it. Gonna try and close it out. Jeffrey taking out Freddy in that process, though. 2 members down for the side of OTS. Camp Mage falling in that process. That double kill for Hayabusa. Torn apart members connecting. Down goes Foop. And wait a minute! When the nature's not enough as Jeffrey takes down Kirito on the Claude. And now that leaves only Brazilian Sauce to fight against the 4-man team of Tang Dynasty and the Lord as well. Not just any Lord, Luminous Lord. And look at him trying to contest it, trying to wait for his team to spawn in, but you're not going to see any members in for the next 19 seconds, and it looks like the gas pedal is being fully pushed on by the side of Tang Dynasty to finish it out. And a wipeout, a mega kill into the hands of Hayabusa. And ladies and gentlemen, Tang Dynasty has done it. They have taken the series.
Victory!
Absolutely beautiful game from the side of Tang Dynasty. And it's like I was saying, they're when you put their backs against the wall, they definitely use that to their advantage because they're still allowing them to farm. Lucky on this Brody being able to be full build, he picked up the damage as well as the defense on his side. Speaking of damage and defense, Daizu on that Valier being able to lock in that magic damage utility as well as penetration and opting in for that defensive route as well. And on the same token, for the side of Big Zeus, they're on this Kaja, Jeffrey, locking in their damage, which you want to see from an assassin jungler, being able to get in, get out, and get your teams some kills, to be able to secure some kills of your own as well. Speaking of helping your team secure some kills, Sanji on that Minotaur with some beautiful, beautiful ultimates there. Speaking of beautiful, I would have probably given Brazilian Sauce. Personally, I'm going to give you a silver because you did have some good fatal links at your disposal. Carito on this Claude, he did have his full build. However, when it matters most and when we were supposed to see that damage being output, we weren't able to. But speaking of things being outputted, the team fight participation coming in from the side of Tang Dynasty here. Each member is having a stable representation in these clashes. Speaking of having a stable representation, Lucky, again, I have to point him out. One thing that he's shown us in today's series is that one thing that he's gonna do is find a tower while something else is going on in the match. And essentially, you can give up some objectives, but as long as you're getting those towers on your side, it's definitely going to help you be able to close out these games earlier on. And that's exactly what Tang Dynasty did to end this series.
And close out indeed, as ladies and gentlemen, that is going to close out today, day 2, week 5, season 1. All 3 series definitely piling up, getting better and better along the way. Special shout out to all the teams that kind of competed today. Was very impressed with the gameplay, and speaking from a formerly top 32 member, North America for the fall season, I do think all of these teams have what it takes, and I'm excited to see you guys embark on your journey on the professional platform. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and today I was assisted in casting by the on-point analysis of Coach Deku, play-by-play as well, and then also on-point analysis from Master Rim to close out the day as well. So thank you guys so much for everything, and thank you to everybody that tuned in today over on YouTube. Make sure you guys drop a like, subscribe if you haven't already, as there's more content to come in the future around all of these teams and so much more for the pro scene of MLBB. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and our whole focus is to prepare these teams for the professional scene for upcoming events such as NAMPL and so much more. We have some cool things on board on the way as well, some special events maybe down the line, some tournaments, so kind of a little bit of foreshadowing on what's to come, so definitely excited for that. If there's anybody out there that wants to play professionally, if you're a solo player and you're looking for a team, sign up on our Mobile Legends Scrim Academy official Discord server, and we have a place where you guys can put all of your stats, and some of these teams you've seen compete today may be able to pick you up. Speaking of pickups too, if you're already on a team, still sign up on our Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Discord server and sign your team up. Register them to compete against some of these top teams already, and be prepared when NPL comes around the corner. As always, guys, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. My name is Wheezy. I've been your host today, and it's been a pleasure. Happy holidays to everybody going forward. Merry Christmas to those that we didn't see, and Happy New Year's to those who are embarking into 2023 with the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. As always, I appreciate you guys. Take care of yourself. Take care of each other. We'll see you guys on the next one. Peace and love, baby. See ya.